order.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Smith, my Rockdale County employees and citizen of Rockdale County. Good morning to everyone.
Yes.
Let's start our process. I was coming in this morning and was having a breakfast with my wife. And she said, "You look a little tense while having a cup of tea." And I said, "Well, I'm doing presentation." She said, "Don't start with your jokes."
Well, that
She
was
said,
a good one.
"They are not funny at all." So with that said, let's start. Thank you to everyone for joining us as we begin Rockdale County's fiscal year 2027 annual budget work sessions. One can ask, what is our annual budget fiscal year is? And our fiscal year is the same as our calendar year, January to December. With that said, over the next 3 days, we will hear presentation from all county departments and elected offices. They are going to be here looking at what they are looking ahead for, planned priorities, and what they are asking for so that they can deliver an excellent services to our citizens. This process is one of the most important opportunities we have each year to demonstrate our commitment to transparency. With that said, my first thing is this: I want to thank you, my team, led by senior budget manager, reporting manager, William Wan, also known as Bill, and also the budget analyst, Cynthia Boyd, and also the deputy CFO, Narinder Bhardwaj. With that said, we are going to start with this. They coordinated all throughout the county excellently to put this budget binder together, put these presentation together, but most importantly, having a cooperation from each and every department and elected offices is just been so excellent. Very fortunate that we have such a great team, not only with my team, but also the team with Rockdale County all together. Having said that, let's look at what we have. And if any question, you can always stop me. Okay?
I apologize to
Sorry.
interrupt, Chief. You've done so great getting us off to a good start. Just one minor thing.
Sure.
Let's call the meeting to order,
I'm
Madam
sorry,
Chair.
yep, I apologize.
All right. Thank you for our preview of today. At this time, we'd like to call the meeting officially to order and welcome everyone to our budget hearings that will be going through the next 3 days. And so we hope citizens and business owners will appreciate the fact that we're very transparent in this process and that it will provide them information to better understand where their tax dollars are best being used. And so thank you for the hard work of the finance department putting this together today.
Well, I appreciate my team.
Okay.
And
We'll
you don't want me to
use-
start all
Yes,
over again,
no.
right? Okay.
No, your preview was great, and we'll use that officially.
Thank you
Yes.
very much. With that said, let me just go through what we're going to be dealing with for next 3 days, our calendar, and also the agenda we have. For budget calendar, as we know, it was started in June that we opened up the budget, and June 30th was everything is due back to us. All trickled in, and we have numbers right now, still working together. But where we are today is these budget work sessions, August 4th to 6th. We're going to go forward with that. With October 20th is our public hearing at 6 p.m. Over November 10th will be our first budget ordinance reading at 10 a.m. December 8th will be our second budget ordinance reading at 10 a.m. and adoption of our budget for next year coming. So we'll start that on January 1st. Our agenda for today is that I'm going to start. We'll have Director Bartley followed me, which is a good thing. And then from there on, we will have at noon lunch, then the break at 3. And from there on, we will continue our budget work sessions. And we will end hopefully with me again talking about the finance.
Very good. And for the record, Madam Clerk, can you talk about the requirements legally for the budget and the millage rate?
Yes, so the millage rate runs a little bit behind the budget process. So today what we're doing is going through the proposed 2027 budget. The millage rate process will happen, in fact, today I just sent out the legal ad to run in the Rockdale Citizen to set the millage rate, which will pay for the current budget that you're in right now, 2026. And so since the board has decided to accept the rollback rate that the state has put together, you don't have to go through the public hearing process. You'll have to have a called meeting to set the millage rate. The rate that is run is a little bit shy of the rollback rate, but you can elect to set a lower rate if you would like. So that will address the 2026 budget. So today what we're going to go through are all the budgets and departments that have requests for the 2027 budget. So you will listen to all those requests for the next 3 days. And then the chair works with the CFO to put together a proposed budget and present that to the Board of Commissioners, not unlike the president would do with Congress. And then you'll work over the next couple of months with this schedule that was on the previous slide to come together and get a budget together to vote on for December 10th, I believe? No, December 8th for the second reading. So at the October 20th public hearing, you will take that budget that's been presented and go over it, and then the three of you will work on a proposed balanced budget. Now, in the state of Georgia, you do have to vote on a balanced budget,
Yes.
which means your revenues have to match what it is that your expenditures are. So that is what we will be doing for the last quarter of this year.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Should I continue, Madam Chair?
Say it again?
Should I continue?
Yes, please.
So we were on August 5th tomorrow. We're going to start with our public safety, the sheriff's presentation, and then from the fire rescue. And then onward, we will again have a lunch, noon to 1, break at 2:30, and then we will continue these sessions tomorrow again. Then again, on Thursday morning, we will start at 10 again, mostly filled with our court system, except for the one department director. Our RDOT, which is the Department of Transportation, is going to be coming in between them. And we'll wrap up at noon on Thursday, hopefully, and hopefully everything goes as planned. Where we are right now is this, that we looked at all these requests coming in, and they are at this time is about $147 million, little over $147 million. This is excluding the new position. If we add those new position as requested, we're talking about 150 plus little bit $1 million. One can ask, what does that mean? Well, what that means is this: we are still projecting our revenues for next year. Right now, our revenue is about $127 million. So by looking at this, even without adding any positions, we have a challenge to face to balance this budget, to cut from all these requests at least $20 million. Having said that, if any question, I'll be right here. Otherwise, we'll start with our first presenter, if everybody okay with that.
That'd be good. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And Director Barkley, you're on.
I can assure you I wasn't talking that low.
One of the first things we do is that we appraise all 38,000 parcels within Rockdale County. These are considered real property. We also evaluate and audit all of the business personal accounts within Rockdale County. That's roughly 37,000 accounts. Our responsibility also entails the administration of homestead and other statutory exemptions. We review and process property tax appeals. While doing this, we maintain.
You know what? I'm going to let you go ahead and start.
Okay.
And then once I get the video ready, we'll move forward.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Commissioner, fellow commissioners. Good morning to you as well. My name is Will Barkley. I'm your chief appraiser. My primary responsibility is to value all property within the county for tax purposes. So I have to also commend my staff as well. I couldn't get things done without their assistance and not their support. A lot of what we do requires being out in the cold, being out in the heat, during times of the year where it's very uncomfortable. So I commend my staff for withstanding all of that and getting through and getting the job done. So let's talk a little bit about the vision that we have as for the Board of Assessors. Our office strives to be a steward of public trust, ensuring compliance as well as equity and transparency while enhancing the quality of within the community. We also have a mission statement, which we worked several years ago to ensure all properties within Rockdale County are assessed according to fair market value as mandated by the Georgia Department of Revenue, and to provide excellent customer service through strategic activities which inform, educate, and connect with the citizens of Rockdale. The values are service, fairness, integrity, and educate. So we want to treat all customers with respect. We want to be impartial as far as when we're establishing these valuations. We're going to always try to do the right thing when it comes to being open as far as about the valuation. And we want to continue to educate, be in the public as far as making people aware of what we do. So we have quite a few successes from this past year, and also there's a lot of opportunities and some of the challenges that we're faced with each year. So over the past year, we received a perfect sales ratio analysis from the Department of Revenue, which means that all of the properties that we valued within the county was right on the money as far as what the prices were selling for. We couldn't get every property correct, so they're looking at the average of all of those. So in the state of Georgia, we're required to assess properties at 40% of its fair market value. So having a ratio of 40 indicates that we are valuing properties exactly what they're selling for. So I guess that's an outstanding accomplishment from a state level, whereas last year I think we were one of 14 different counties that received a 40% ratio. So with this year, we just got that in the other day, so it's slightly higher than what we were the previous year. So we're still right at that point where we're valuing properties currently as far as what they're selling for. So we're not on the market or on the radar to be fined for not valuing properties within the sales ratio analysis range, which is 0.36 to 0.40. So we're well within that range. Some of the other successes we've had, we physically reviewed and resolved over 3,000 appeals last year, which was quite a number of appeals. So we dealt with quite a bit. 41% of the homestead applications were completed online, so through our Q Public website. 57% of the appeals were also utilized through the appeal module, which is online through Q Public. We got a lot of those at the very last minute, so that was very tiresome. So one of the key things that we did, I know Madam Chair is probably happy about this, we worked with TrueRoll last year, which is a company, to do a homestead audit. They discovered roughly 225 homesteads that needed to be removed from our roll. And I guess the question is, what does that mean in tax dollars? So that can mean anywhere between $300,000 to $500,000 that we're going to save, or we're going to have as part of our revenue for this coming year.
Right.
So that's a great accomplishment. We also they also confirmed that the audit generated roughly 17,000, I guess, reviews as far as whether or not they were confirmed to be homestead eligible. They reiterated the fact that what we were doing was correct. So we're happy about that. The opportunities, as I stated before, is to educate and promote the assessment process throughout the county. Every opportunity that we have, we still encourage homeowners associations, civic organizations to allow us to come out and speak to them. We will be happy to share what's going on in that particular neighborhood compared to another neighborhood. And we want to continue to enhance the tools that we're utilizing as far as to be able to stay abreast of what's going on in the market. There are a lot of things that are being done with AI. There's also drones. We want to be on the cutting edge as far as with things like that. We're working with the county attorney to see if there's a policy as far as what we can do from a drone perspective, because sometimes we're not able to access certain properties that are far out or is gated. We don't have access to see if there's any new construction that's been done, if there's any additions and things of that nature. So we want to make sure that we are catching everything that we're supposed to catch and making sure that everybody pays their fair share. The challenges is each year is dealing with a real estate market that changes a lot based on the economy, based on different things that happen that has an effect on the real estate market, which changes whether or not properties are selling, whether they're selling for more than list price, less than list price, or whatever the conditions are. So those are challenges that we face each year, trying to value every piece of property within the county at its correct fair market value. So some of the things that we talked about as far as goals and initiatives, we want to continue to regularly attend HOA meetings and community events. We strongly want to educate because we know that that's the key to getting the message out and making sure that everyone understands the process. You will be surprised how many people that I encounter that have no idea about how the process works. And they may not like it, but they don't understand it. So we take every opportunity to try to be able to educate. We want to maintain equity amongst all properties within the county. We want to create some sense of innovation by enhancing our Q Public website to be able to provide information that's going to be informative. One of the things that we did this year, if you guys are familiar with Senate Bill 566, which changed the actual assessment notice. This was not a decision by our board. This was rendered from the state. So that changed the notice of assessment, and one of the things that were removed from the notice was the detailed list of all of the taxes that someone potentially could have to pay. So we listened to the community, and we adjusted our website to include that information, even though legally we could not put it on the assessment notice. So now that information is available on the website for taxpayers to be able to see what the exposure would look like as far as potential taxes. So our operating expenses is going up slightly from what it was the previous year. So some of the services that we're utilizing, which would be considered Q Public, which is our website, the addition of some additional modules, adding things to that site is going to generate an increase as far as in the cost for that. CoStar, one of the softwares that our commercial and industrial appraisals utilize to be able to look at what's going on in the actual market within the region. So we look at what's happening from the commercial perspective. We don't always have the sales that is going to support an adjustment of value just in Rockdale. We also have to look at Newton County, Walton County, as well as DeKalb, all of the surrounding counties when it comes to commercial. So that's one of the softwares that we use as well. The price of those are going up as well. So we're having a slight increase from those. And the main thing that we're also going to do as far as with the Board of Assessors, we're going to have some additional training for new members that are coming on to the board. So that's going to be a cost that's going to attribute towards the increase from $14,000 that's going to be changed. And the personnel and benefits, that's a number that we receive from HR. So I guess that would attribute to that. I can't really elaborate too much on that. So we didn't make any operating requests of any large numbers because most of the changes that we saw were not over $5,000. And I think before we had talked about not having just a whole bunch of little small number changes on there. So a lot of those were just small percentages that were going up. So the entire budget is going up roughly $14,000. So we didn't have anything for that. So our organizational chart, let me tell you a little bit about that. Me being the chief appraiser, I'm responsible for the office. There's a deputy chief appraiser, as well as an administrative manager and a general manager. The deputy chief appraiser handles all of the residential properties. He has 6 appraisers that works under him. The administrative manager has 3 administrative staff that handles all of the homestead applications, all of the deed transfers, all of those things whenever there's a sale. And the general manager handles all of the commercial, industrial, personal property, as well as mobile homes. So those things are handled through 2 appraisers that are working with her. Our organizational chart for 2027 is not projected to change. So we're going to keep things as they are. There are not any changes from that perspective. So we'll get to the 5-year capital improvement, our CIP. We have made a request for CIP. And that request is actually considered a countywide reevaluation. I know you asked, what is a countywide reevaluation? Every now and then, a county needs to go through and reevaluate every piece of property within the county. The state requires that we review properties at least once every 3 years. However, that doesn't always do enough justice as far as understanding where the market is and adjusting values and schedules to the market. So I think it's important, and I can't recall the last time that we've done it. It's been quite a few years since we've done it. However, I wanted to share just a little information with you guys as far as in why is it important to do a countywide reval. It's going to adjust, I guess, the values from the standpoint of if there's not uniformity within the values. Because sometimes what happens is that we value things based on a neighborhood. And one neighborhood may go up, another neighborhood may not go up. So there could create some inequities as far as in the valuation from that. So having a reval and having someone come in and look at every single piece of property within the county and also look at our schedules, I think what that does is promote uniformity and make sure that everyone is paying their fair share. No one is paying more than what they should pay. And also it creates a sense of importance for the taxpayers to know that they're being taxed properly. So, there's been times where there's not been understanding and also trust as far as what we do as assessors. So we want to be able to generate that and create a sense of understanding and trust. And I do have a little handout for you guys for that, if y'all would like that.
Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
I didn't want to hold it just in case you want to add to your.
oh, okay.
Okay. So that's a little information about why we do a countywide reval, and also on the back side of it, it talks a little bit about when should it be done and why it's being done. So I think that's helpful information just to be added to the background of that. And that's pretty much all that I have from that perspective. I think they're ready for the video.
Okay.
Any questions before we move to that?
No.
So y'all can help y'all make up some time. We're back on schedule.
Hello, I'm Will Barker. I'm the Chief Appraiser and Director of the Board of Assessors. Let me tell you what we use our budget for. Our goal is to ensure all properties within Rockdale County are assessed according to fair market value as mandated by the Georgia Department of Revenue. We want to provide excellent customer service through strategic activities which inform, educate, and connect with the citizens of Rockdale County. One of the first things we do is that we appraise all 38,000 parcels within Rockdale County. These are considered real property. We also evaluate and audit all of the business personal property accounts within Rockdale County. That's roughly 37,000 accounts. Our responsibility also entails the administration of homestead and other statutory exemptions. We review and process property tax appeals. While doing this, we maintain accurate ownership and parcel records. We're required to conduct field inspections and property reviews. Part of this helps us to prepare and certify the county's annual tax digest for submission to the Georgia Department of Revenue. The majority of our budget supports the personnel, technology necessary to produce an accurate and equitable tax digest. Primarily, these expenditures include personnel, employee benefits, appraisal software, as well as GIS technology. We also have a need for field vehicles and equipment in order to do the field inspections. We look at property data collections and aerial images to be able to analyze all of the properties within the county. We also have to send out an annual notice of assessment. The mailing and printing of that takes up a good portion of our budget as well. How is our budget used? So the majority of our budget supports the personnel technology necessary to produce an accurate and equitable tax digest. That means that we need employees, as well as technology in order to be able to go out in the field and review properties and place an appropriate assessment on each piece of property within the county. That means that we have to have personnel as well as vehicles and technology in order to be able to go out in the field and evaluate each piece of property within Rockdale County. Having an accurate tax digest is critical for the financial health of Rockdale County. Our work provides tax base that funds the Rockdale County Board of Commissioners as well as the Board of Education and the City of Commerce. We promote fairness by ensuring taxpayers pay only their equitable share. This maintains compliance with the Georgia Department of Revenue standards, as well as reduce litigation through consistent and uniform valuations. In summary, I wanted to remind you that the Tax Assessor's Office wants to ensure that each piece of property is assessed at its current fair market value, and also that we remain in compliance with the Georgia Department of Revenue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Extension Service that's next.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Philip Hensley. For those who haven't met me yet, here and abroad, I'm the County Extension Coordinator and Department Director for the Cooperative Extension Service in Rockdale County. Cooperative Extension is a nationwide system that operates in all 50 states. In Georgia, it's a partnership between state and local governments administered through land-grant universities. In our case, in Georgia, it's the University of Georgia, as well as Fort Valley State in South Georgia. And it's supported by city and county governments, such as Rockdale County, by providing space and staffing for our local extension offices. Apologies. That's right. Thank you so much. Cooperative Extension provides research-based education and programs addressing topics in agriculture and natural resources, food safety and security, family health and well-being, as well as 4-H youth development. Our mission in Cooperative Extension is to translate the science of everyday living for farmers, families, and communities that we serve to help foster a healthy and prosperous Georgia. Cooperative Extension is an unbiased, results-driven organization that utilizes a statewide network of specialists, agents, as well as volunteer groups that work to improve the lives of citizens in Rockdale County, strengthen connections to those essential services and resources that are available to them, and foster economic growth and education in Rockdale. I had a lot of challenges, successes, and opportunities over the last year. I ran out of space to keep listing things, so I tried to condense it down there. But for our 4-H program, we wanted to highlight that our 4th, 5th, and 6th grade youth that participated in our the DPA, which is District Project Achievement. It's a public speaking emphasis project. They do it at the county level within the school systems that our staff goes into each classroom in 5th grade, typically. And that's their first introduction a lot of times for most of the students to the 4-H program, but they get to choose a topic that interests them, learn how to create the thesis sentences, and it works in conjunction with the state standards in language arts as well as with science. But we had 60% of those participants that chose, if they're selected at the county level to participate in the district-wide level, which is made up of 39 different counties in the state, in the northwest part of the state. Those students that elect to do that, 60% of those participants finished first, second, or third. So that's a very high placement on average between the county breakdown there. We also offered after-school programming. It was an emphasis in professionalism. So they worked on resume creation, workforce readiness, timeliness, proper dress, time management skills, things like that. Had a presence in 10 schools this year. I know some of the schools had changed. They were doing different security processes and things, and so we weren't able to get into as many schools as we'd had before. just to get the clearances and things in time for the school season to start there. But for the 25-26 school year, again, we had an emphasis on public speaking and really just building confidence within those students. It's always fascinating to see at the beginning of the year to the end of the school year how much those children change and how much they really can come out of their shells, especially when they go on to these district and even some that get selected to go to a state competitive level for their public speaking projects. Our family and consumer science program participated with or collaborated with our county HR team to provide lunch and learns. They also did programs at the senior center, doing cooking demonstrations, as well as several different types of overall health and wellness classes. And then they continued the Rockdale Eats a Rainbow program this year, and they stated that they had 80 attendees complete all 6 of the programs. Even if they weren't able to come, or if they'd missed a session, they would come and make it up and still get their produce and get kind of a one-on-one in that sense too. So really high, I guess, completion percentage in that sense as well. Our agriculture and natural resources program, we have our planter row garden that's managed by the Master Gardener volunteers as well as extension staff. They continue to grow produce this year and donate that to Rockdale Emergency Relief Organization. We got the new wellness garden component that was added this year. We've already started having several classes out there, some different components that we've added. We've got several partners that are, actually we've got some visits coming up next week that are coming out to look at the space and see what they might be able to add, or look at the facilities that we've had completed there to see what other components, maybe they can, hey, you've got space for this, or how about a vertical garden? How about some hydroponic components, things like that. So it's going to be a fantastic outreach space, add some new components to it. That garden space kind of in general had become a good workspace, but we kind of lost sight over the years of the outreach and the education component, inviting folks in and trying not to burn out our volunteer groups and things like that from working in the sun and pulling weeds and watering and harvesting all day. So we want to teach folks how to do that themselves as well, instead of just rely on us bringing produce and things like that. So that's going to be a big emphasis for this coming year, is to add those teaching components and really kind of redesign and rethink the other half of the garden as well to kind of complement the new wellness components. And then overall in the office, there was a big emphasis from the university system to kind of rework a lot of our ADA accommodations, really kind of recertify that we're doing what we should, and double check that. I think one of the weaker areas that the university system as a whole identified was there was a component for blind individuals, that a lot of our resources online and things like that weren't friendly to the e-readers and things like that. So it would be kind of jumbled up, and we didn't really get a good idea of that until we tried to experiment with that ourselves. And we go to our website and try to have it read it back to us and read the links. Oh, it was I could understand. It would be very confusing. So that was a big emphasis for myself over the last year and my admin staff to get those kind of kinks worked out and to make everything truly accessible for folks. It's changed how we can market some things, so we can't really do like AI flyers and things, anything that's really busy and really active and super colorful. It has to be translatable to everyone. So that's been a learning curve for us, kind of in the challenging category there on how we are able to market through the university system with that. But then at the bottom there, it mentions that our vacancies that we had last year have been filled, which is exciting. So we've got 10 employees in our department, and half of them are new as of within the last year. So as that, getting them up to speed and folks kind of learning their new roles and responsibilities, and getting them introduced to the community and engaging with the public as well. Again, several opportunities there. We're still working to expand our marketing and our promotional avenues. Our website again has been retooled a bit, redesigned. We've got new blogs, newsletters, things like that that'll be rolling out now that we have to go through the approval process and check all those boxes that everything is accessible and compliant. We've gotten the green light on those, so those will be rolling out quickly here. We're broadening our collaborations with groups like Global Growers, the Historic Westside Garden, Foodwell Alliance that's looking to donate maybe some fruit plants and things that we can add to our garden spaces. As well as working with the Center for Urban Agriculture and all those specialists that are housed in there for everything from water quality and erosion concerns, greenscaping, including the different gardening practices, ornamental practices, things like that, and working with Rockdale Soil and Water Conservation Districts as well, and those representatives. We want to create a program development team, basically to help us with our need assessment goals, find out if what we're doing is really what we need to be focusing on and what we need to do based off of our community needs and interests there. So that'll be us reaching out to different folks within the county, whether it be through different county departments or just some other movers and shakers, folks that know folks, and can kind of help us guide through, you need to talk to this guy or this gal, to really make sure we're reaching folks where they are, is really kind of the big emphasis there. So we'll be creating that program and development team this year. I mentioned expanding our ADA accessibility. Also wanted to carry that out into our outdoor spaces, our other program areas. So we've got spaces over at the Big Haynes Nature Center that we've got volunteers that help out there, as well as our Arboretum. If folks didn't know that we have a very nice Arboretum space in Rockdale County out there near the International Horse Park. Our Master Gardeners help maintain that as well. And then again at the Wellness Garden and the Community Garden spaces, we're already working with some groups to make sure that entire space, not just the new part that has some nice sidewalks and things, but we want to also make the other side as we kind of redesign and kind of focus on what we're doing there to make sure folks can access that as well and really have full access to the entire space. And as well as adding some new program components. Again, we've got the wellness platform that was added out there at the garden. So things like the Tai Chis and yogas, that's things outside my wheelhouse, but I'm excited to participate in those. When those get to happen, we'll have some hydroponic classes, again, the waterscaping, water smart classes. We've had no shortage of folks that have heard about the space and that we've been reaching out to. My assistants have been fantastic about of this partner and that partner, and then kind of as they network through finding different avenues of opportunities, whether it be through monetary support or actually physical volunteering or even helping us include new structures and things like that. Lots of possibilities, again, as we kind of renovate that other space on the other half of the garden out there, including invasive species classes, working with a couple partners to actually do some identification, reporting, and then physical removal of a lot of invasive species around the county as we identify some really in-need spots and things like that, and hopefully can work with our Parks and Rec department as well as maybe identifying some spaces that maybe they haven't been able to get to that they'd like to help with some remediation as well, and adding raised beds and things like that as well. And then 4-H mentioned that they're hoping to start a garden club so we can have some beds that the 4-H youth will be able to maintain and also kind of train the trainer, so to speak, is the way we like to have the students actually teach. And again, that confidence building, that public speaking, that public engagement, so that they can maybe be future extension agents. That would be the hope for me there. And then challenges, of course, price increases on everything, fuel's more, travel's more, supplies is more. So trying to find ways to kind of be more efficient with the tools that we have instead of begging everybody for more money. Trying to figure out ways that we can cut costs, and we've identified a lot of paper that we don't have to print. Some being a little more diligent with how we distribute supplies for programming and things like that. So little tiny bits, but they all add up at the end of the day. Struggle continues for federal and state opportunities for funding programs and things like that as things get cut or money gets kind of redistributed. Really kind of causes myself and my staff to kind of think about the need for donations or really even more fundraising efforts. So we don't really like to charge a lot of money to participate in the things that we do. I just feel like that's another barrier for folks to really access our knowledge and for them to learn new things. So we're really going to emphasize some more fundraising effort, but that takes us away from doing the fun stuff a lot of times too. So we're trying to figure out how we can roll some of those in, reaching out to some other county extension services and things like, and even other states and how they've kind of gotten creative with how they can get engagement through that as well. So. And again, the last thing really, again, we've got lots of new staff. They're doing great. Everybody's getting up to speed. And then through the last one in there, I think at the moment I was creating this about the adapting to the AI world. It's been a challenge, especially with so many different components that we have to consider, whether it be at the county level or state level, federal level, university level. Everybody's got their own little tidbits that they do and don't want added into things. So trying to navigate that's been exciting, but we're rolling that out. We're getting that worked out there. For our 2027 focuses and our initiatives there, we, again, if folks weren't aware, we do offer soil, water, and forage quality testing. I was just out at a couple pastures yesterday, speaking to a fellow who just moved here from Las Vegas, and his daughter's obsessed with horses, so he bought some land and he's adding some horses. But he admitted to me, he's like, I don't know anything about horses, and I certainly don't know why they're not eating all this grass. So we had to troubleshoot that and figure out how to get stuff in there that he did want to grow. So we do that kind of on-site visits and diagnostics for folks. I do plant disease, insect diagnostics for folks that walk in the door with a bag of who knows what, and once things identified and how to treat things properly, and you don't always need chemicals to control stuff and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of education that happens one-on-one constantly, day to day. But consulting with homeowners, growers, as well as commercial businesses as well, on a daily and weekly basis for sure. And most of those services are offered at minimal or no cost. Folks can walk in the door and get answers for free, essentially, as far as we go. We also offer ServSafe certifications through our Family and Consumer Sciences program area, which is required for restaurant management and things like that, food safety, food proper health procedures, employee safety in the kitchen, things like that. And then we also offer in the agriculture program, the Georgia Department of Ag requires pesticide licenses and CEUs, continuing education credits for folks that handle pesticide chemicals and to use them wisely. So we offer programs along that line as well. And again, expansion of the community wellness garden is just going to be, that's an excitement factor for me that offers a whole lot more outside time for our staff as well, but we'll be able to do a lot more hands-on experiences and really kind of highlight everything. I guess it's not just growing vegetables, it's not just keeping your grass green, things like that, adding sensory garden components, maybe a youth area in one of the corners out there, again, and adding more raised beds. That'll give us more planting spaces and things like that for more people to participate. We also have our inclusive youth engagement through Georgia 4-H. They have monthly meetings for K through 12th grade, provided at no cost. Those meetings go over current program offerings, engage interest of the youth. What do they find interesting? What do they want to do? Not just what we think is cool, but what will actually get them to come back and participate and continue in 4-H as well. Diverse programming, again, heavy public speaking and confidence building emphasis. We work through the school systems to meet their STEAM guidelines, offer competitive judging teams, multiple community service projects, volunteer opportunities. Mentioned the wellness garden again, promoting food safety and gardening techniques. We plan on holding some cooking demonstrations and harvesting demonstrations out there, as well as starting from seed and all the way to the end to when you prepare a meal kind of thing. The STEM and engineering clubs, they started those last year and they'll expand them this year for our 4-H program to, again, really expand the interest in technology from a lot of the youth. Everybody's got a phone and everything, that's nothing new. But again, even going into the AI world of trying to navigate that and help the youth also navigate what you can and can't do, or maybe should and shouldn't do with those tools as well. And then for the creation of student-led clubs. Again, the idea of letting the older students, the senior age students, those high schoolers, be able to mentor and teach the younger students as well that participate there. And then the last thing I mentioned about controlling invasive species and hopefully being able to work with some partners to where we can actually go into some spaces and actually make a difference and remove and educate about how to properly do that while not causing harm to the stuff you do want. For our operating budget, it's stayed pretty much flat. We moved some different line items around, looking at where we save cost here and maybe we can put a little more over here, but that stayed relatively flat. The personnel services, again, with the turnover we had, we lost some experienced folks that, I say lost, they got promoted. So it was a good loss for them in a sense. I'm happy they found some other places there, but bringing in new folks, so that just kind of naturally lowers the cost there, and then some overtime, obviously, through those transitions that we won't have this next year. So, organizational wise, that's our current breakdown there with our myself as the director. We've got the 3 folks, 4-H agent, fax agent, and my admin assistant that are also state staff, and then all the assistant positions along the bottom there, those are all county funded positions. So kind of mirroring what other folks have said as well, without all those, the county staff that we have at our disposal as well, it would not be possible to do the work that we do and have the reach that we have as well. And for 2027, no foreseen changes to that. We've got the vacancies filled, and we'll be surging forward. If you have any questions or anything, I'll be happy to answer anything for y'all.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Well
you so
done.
much. Thank you.
And on time.
Oh,
Very nice.
I know.
that's usually my struggle.
But you met
I'm glad.
the challenge.
That is
today.
good.
That's great.
The red
Thank
light
you
didn't have to come in. No, I'm just kidding.
for keeping
Thank
us
y'all so much.
on task. Very good.
Okay.
All right.
Director
Next, we
Hammer?
have Director Hammer.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Hammer. I'm the Director of General Services. For the most part, General Services deals with internal customers, so we're the support department for all the other county departments and all the other elected officials. I have 4 main divisions that fall under my purview. The Capital Projects Division, the Building Maintenance Division, the Recycling Center, and Fleet Services. The Recycling Center is the only division that deals directly with the public. The other 3 divisions support county staff, who then in turn deal directly with the public. So for the most part, we work in the background, we work behind the scenes in order to make sure that the facilities and the staff are able to do their job to better serve the taxpayers of the county. We have 41 full-time employees and 12 part-time employees that are housed across 6 different locations in the county, serving everyone from the courts to the sheriff to water to stormwater to parks and recreation. Starting with the capital projects, that team is responsible for all of the construction, the renovations, and any other requests from county staff or county departments. For instance, if an office requires painting, or if something happens where they need new carpet, or they need to have some renovation of some sort, they'll put in a capital request. That'll go to the capital projects team. They'll prepare the estimates, they'll bid out the projects, and then they'll perform the construction or the renovation that's appropriate for that. They'll work with each department's schedule to make sure that there's no interruption in service to the staff and the citizens, and then they'll complete the project and close that out. The second division is the Building Maintenance Division. The Building Maintenance Department is responsible for all of the cleaning and the maintenance of every county facility. This entails around 80 plus buildings throughout the county, and this includes all of the elected officials, all the county departments, sheriff's office, courthouses, and water resources. The Recycling Center intakes all of the recycling and solid waste for the county. They have a group of items that they take in at no charge to the public. Those are all the recycling items, so it's glass, metal cans, aluminum cans, cardboard, paper products, and tires. The county does not charge for those items since those are recycled. However, there are a few items that the county has to pay to dispose of. The Recycling Center is better named a transfer center. All the items that come into the Recycling Center by law have to go back out. They have to either be recycled or they're taken to a landfill. So as the county incurs a large cost for that, they offset that cost by charging items for individual fees or a new tag system that we implemented last year. Fleet Services ensures that all of the government vehicles are compliant with regulations and safe for operation on the road. For information on General Services, feel free to call 770-278-7282. Again, that's 770-278-7282. I'm Andrew Hammer. Thank you for watching Rockdale 23. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think Public Relations did a fantastic job. I was so nervous when I had to do that. And I think I said about 10 million times, and they cut out at least half of them. So thanks,
Very good.
Deputy Director Mike. You did a great job. Do I do the clicker today? Is that how it's working? All right, excellent.
You're in control of your own
I'm in control.
destiny there. Yes.
And down.
Yeah.
There we
Yes.
go. All right. I think what I'd like to do is I'm going to skim over the first couple ones because I'm sure the board probably wants to get to lunch, and I'm sure that you've seen kind of the same things from a lot of different departments. If I were to summarize my presentation, it would be inflation, growth, and the Judicial Administrative Center. Those would be the three things that I'd want to concentrate on, and that explains a lot. That's what's to come. The vision, the mission, the values are up on the screen. I think the one that I would highlight there is the values, excellence, efficiency, and compliance. And compliance is a very large part of what we do with our fleet services, with our building maintenance, complying with ADA requirements, complying with EPA, EPA regulations, fuels. There's a lot of items that we are required by law. The county is not exempt from those, from being in compliant with those. The opportunities and challenges, I'm not going to go through the list here, but I just want to highlight, the successes. What we do, like we said in the video, is we're more inward facing than outward facing. We're the support services for every department, every court, every elected official in the county. So when you look at those, most of what we do is not for general services itself, but general services serves all the other departments, such as the fire department completing Fire Station 5, the Wheeler Park, those wonderful improvements over there, partnering with Parks and Recreation, the first sensory playground in the county over at Johnson Park. And then we're very happy with our new tag system at the recycling center, the transfer center. That's been a good success. We're still rearranging some things out there. So I know there were some comments about where things are placed, and we're going to continue to improve those as we go forward.
And I do appreciate your support with that. I know that was a painful time to make that big change initially, but I think we've found success with it. And
Absolutely.
I appreciate the, reviewing the layout and how we can make it even better and more efficient for those that are just dropping off recyclables. So
That's right.
that's
And it's a
great.
constant process improvement. As the county
Absolutely.
grows, we get more out there. We rearrange things to try to make it as efficient as
Yeah.
possible. So thank you. Opportunities that we have and the challenges. One of our opportunities is the emergency vehicle repair training. We have our second technician. We have one person, full-time staff. He repairs the fire engines. You have to be certified. There's 10 different certifications that are required in order to be EVT certified. And we have one out there. We have a second one that is undergoing training. I think he's attending training next month to start that process. It's about a year long that it takes to do that. And then under the challenges, one of our large challenges this year will be moving everyone, every department in the administration building into the new building, and then turning right around 3 months later and moving all the courts and rearranging those. It's sort of a shell game sometimes. You put people in one area and then you move them around, and there's a lot of movement. So that's
a good
been a
analogy.
challenge. But our staff has really risen to the occasion, and they're doing a fantastic job.
Very good.
The goals and initiatives, again, I'll just hit a couple of these. The JAC obviously is a large one. We are beginning design for a Southside Senior Citizens Annex. They were doing the Southside Senior Satellite, and I just couldn't pronounce that, so we're going to change. Too many S's, I think. And again...
And just for viewers, can you explain what that project is about?
So we're still narrowing down the exact scope of it, but the senior center, currently there's one senior center that serves the entire county. It's located over on Dogwood Drive right off of West Ave. So their Meals on Wheels and their programs and everything, everyone in the county has to either go to there or they have to reach out to everywhere in the county. There's a large portion, a large density of the county that's on the south side as you're going down 20, going down towards the Honey Creek area and then down into Newton County. So the senior center has identified that area as a growth area that they want to provide a satellite. Another senior center probably wouldn't be have the same level of programs or management as the main one, but they would be able to operate programs. They would be able to deliver Meals on Wheels faster by using that area down on the south side and hitting that density. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, and then again, that compliance comes up on the complying with ADA standards is a large part of what we do, working with Parks and Recreation. We manage the SPLOST funding as well as the impact fees. We're looking at some innovative things. It's a World Cup year, and so we're looking at partnering with FIFA, or FIFA, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I get corrected all the time on that. Depending on which country you're from, I think. So we've enjoyed that, and so we're looking at trying to increase soccer in our community as well, working with Parks and Recreation to have some mini pitches put in the county. These are small little fields to generate interest at a youth level, and that can generate interest for the high school, and hopefully we can do a little better in the next World Cup. And then last but not least, we're looking at, again, another innovative. We do have pickleball courts in the county, but we're looking at doing a larger complex that enables Parks and Recreation to hold tournaments that draws people, and of course that's good for economic development as well. And last but not least, we're looking at swapping out slowly. We believe in being on the cutting edge of technology, but not the bleeding edge of technology, because that can cost a lot of money. So we're looking at swapping out some of our older vehicles with hybrids or electric vehicles, because that cuts down on our gas consumption considerably. Okay, and so now the punchline, unfortunately, and that's where I go back to the inflation, the growth, and the JAC, and I'll spend a little time on the next couple slides. What we're requesting in our operating budget, for the most part, our personnel services is staying flat, not flat, but it's we're asking for additional people, and I'll go over that in a minute. Most of that is just due to the increase in the salaries and insurance and the regular things from HR. But our operating expenses, we are requesting the $1,134,138 additional, and so I'll hit that on the next couple slides. And I know that seems like a large amount. If you want to split it up, we're bringing the Judicial Administrative Complex online. So it's 250,000 square feet that we're adding to the county's building list. Currently, General Services maintains 80 buildings, 80 plus buildings, and we manage well over 600 vehicles, equipment, hundreds of pieces of equipment, things like that. So not only are we bringing the JAC online, but we're also experiencing the inflation and the increased cost that everybody else is for parts, materials, supplies, fuel, filter, oil. I mean, you name it. Everything that we purchase is more expensive, and it gets more expensive. So that's the breakdown, and I'll go over line by line as quick as I can, and if you have questions or want to stop me, please do. The repair and maintenance, the first section I broke it down by division. The capital projects division is going to maintain its current levels. However, there was a lot of projects that we deferred as we moved from the administration building into the JAC this year, and my staff devoted a lot of time, on the tail end of this year. We're going to be moving everybody, and that takes a lot of effort, a lot of move time. So next year, once we've moved everybody in, now it'll be, they can get back to all the projects. So we kind of have a backload of projects from every department, especially those that aren't affected by the JAC. So we're asking to go back to the previous levels from what was cut last year. The next grouping here is for the building maintenance, and most of this is, like I said, if you look down through there, the repair and maintenance, we do have a small increase for the critical environment and additional facilities and inflation. And what that is I would say that's where I'm putting down to the growth of the county. As the county grows and as we change and as the staffing changes in the world, in previous years, and we've talked about this before, in previous years, every fireman was also a roofer, an electrician, a plumber, or whatever. The sheriff's deputies, they also did things on the side. The Parks and Recreation people, they did things on the side, and they maintained their own areas. But as we grow and as staffing changes, they become more specialized. So the firefighters, they're trained and they do a lot more training, which is fantastic. It makes them better at fighting fires, but it also means that someone also also has to take care of the roofs and the painting and the maintenance and everything else, and that's falling more and more onto general services. That's what our staff does, and that's what our specialty is, so it does make sense. But there is a shift there. Same thing with the sheriff's office. We're managing a lot more of their items, the systems, the air conditioning, the plumbing, the generators, things like that, that are more highly specialized things, and we can't expect the law enforcement personnel to also be generator maintenance people, so that falls on us. And the same thing even for water resources as well. We're ended up doing a lot of more maintenance for them. So because of that, there's additional burden that it puts on our department. The education and the training, one of the other things is to be able to operate on HVAC equipment, heating, venting, and air conditioning equipment. There's certifications that are required for the technicians to be able to operate on that. So we have a technician, we've identified some in our internal staff that we're able to train, and so that we have a small increase in our training budget. The general supplies and materials, that's mainly used for custodial supplies, so we put that's because we're adding the judicial administrative complex. And because we're straddling multiple buildings as we build and as we move, and we move departments, we're not removing any square footage from our inventory this year or the next year. In future years we may, and so we may be able to back down on some of this, but in the next year we have to maintain all of these facilities. And then there's the normal, there are increase in rates for water and sewer, the natural gas, the electricity has gone up slightly, and the stormwater fees as well. The county, our buildings have to be compliant. We have to pay the power companies just like everybody else does. And so bringing the new building, bringing 250,000 square feet online, there's a cost to that. We have to pay that electric bill. And we've worked with finance to identify those and to project what our need would be for the next year. And then last but not least is our fleet division. There's a couple things there. We do have one or two initiatives. A lot of the cars utilize cleaning services, and so we're proposing that we consolidate those vehicle cleaning charges under a fleet program where we can get one of the best rates by having a volume. So that's the first item. The repair and maintenance, this is, we've established about 2 years ago, I believe, a fund that would be, that would capture and project vehicle accidents. And so if we have a vehicle accident and it's an outside, a third party's fault, if someone hits one of our vehicles, we do get a replacement or an insurance for that. However, if the vehicle is 5 or 10 years old and the vehicle's value, everybody who's hit a car, and we all curse the insurance companies for that, unfortunately. So your car might be worth $5,000, but to replace it costs $20,000. So even though you might get a check from the insurance company, it doesn't cover the replacement. So the county still has a deputy or an employee who still needs the car and needs to drive that. So we worked with finance a few years ago, kind of set up an account where that would be sort of a floating account. So when we have accidents, whether they're our fault and we're paying the deductible, or if it's another outside party's fault and then we have to replace that vehicle, there would be a fund for that. Otherwise, we have staff that can't accommodate what they need, or we have to continue to make emergency requests. So we're trying to normalize that. The largest one up there is really just for the increase in the cost for parts and materials. It represents about a 20% increase. That's what we're seeing around the industry, just for all the different, for wiper blades and oil and gaskets and everything that they use to repair on the vehicles. And so that's what we're requesting. The other supplies, one of our initiatives to do the electric vehicles, it does reduce our fuel consumption, so it's offset, but we would need to have various electric vehicle chargers at the buildings when we purchase those hybrids or those EVs to put at the places. And then last but not least, just the capital lease interest as we continue with the enterprise lease program. Finance has a category for the leased. It's not an actual asset, so it doesn't go into the capital portion. It goes under a separate account. So that's what that is for. Any questions before I? Okay. The organizational chart, I think the video covered most of that as far as the 4 categories: capital projects, building maintenance, fleet, and the recycling center. So I'm not going to go over that. We are requesting 4 different additional positions, 2 building maintenance technicians and 2 part-time custodians. Our request for that is in part due to the opening of the additional 250,000 square feet that has to be maintained. It has to be cleaned. We have to replace air filters and fix sinks and all the rest of that. In addition to that, we're taking on more of the other facilities, like I mentioned earlier. We're helping the fire department, the sheriff's office, water, stormwater, the elected officials, all the rest of those a little bit more than we used to. And so that's our request, to add 2 full-time and then 2 part-time that would work at night in order to clean the additional buildings. Same thing. The capital improvement plan, that's always a fun one because it looks like we're asking for $49 million, and of course that's skewed. What we're required to do is put down all the different funding sources that the county uses: SPLOST, impact fees, bonds, as well as equipment, lease purchases, grants, things like that we know about in the next 5 years. So this is it's skewed a little bit at the bottom with the new buildings, because that represents the completion of the judicial administrative complex. It should be completed in 2028, but typically billing oftentimes lags slightly behind, so we spread that out on our plan. And at the top of it is the enterprise replacement program for our vehicles to maintain a newer fleet, to reduce the fuel consumption, safety, things like that. And then sort of the items in the middle represent various different items, mostly for other buildings. We have a consolidated list that we do to help animal control. The animal shelter roof needs to be replaced. Old Covington needs to have some repairs, life safety improvements to bring them up to code, things like that. And that's represented in there.
Who needs a new roof? Animal control?
The old portion of the animal shelter. Yeah. When we did the addition, the old roof hadn't reached its life cycle, but it's getting close to that. So, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
And that's it.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you.
So we have a little bit of a space right now because Commissioner Smart Washington's not scheduled to be here till 11:40. So do we have someone else or to go next? Yeah. Okay.
Tara is welcome
Yeah.
to go.
Somebody just put a hand up, so. Yeah. All right. So we have Director Holmes, who's next. Thank you for volunteering to be tribute. So. All right. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tony Holmes, and I am your Human Resources Director for Rockdale County. I'm super excited to be here today to share with you some information about the 2027 budget. Every service Rockdale County provides to its citizens begins with people, and every investment we make in our workforce is an investment in better services and stronger leadership. Human Resources is much more than hiring employees. We are responsible for building, supporting, and sustaining the workforce that delivers every service our citizens rely on each day. From recruitment and retention to compensation, benefits, employee relations, organizational development, leadership training, compliance, wellness, and succession planning. Human Resources serves every department and every employee throughout their career with the county. Our vision is to cultivate a high-performing, ethical workforce that delivers exceptional service to our community through trust, transparency, accountability, and the responsible stewardship of public resources. This philosophy has guided our work throughout this past year. We have strengthened our workforce through initiatives including the updated Personnel Action Request process, concierge services for healthcare, the Workforce Investment Plan, total rewards enhancements, updated performance evaluations, employee engagement efforts, mental health first aid certification, and again this year, the Bell Seal recognition, implementation of a new benefit structure and broker transition, policy updates, speed hiring initiatives that reduce barriers to employment, software implementation, and securing another year of the ACCG Workforce Development Grant. As we look ahead, two of our most significant workforce investment initiatives are the STEP program and Ascend, which is an acronym that focuses on succession. The STEP program represents our continued commitment to investing in our employees through a structured and sustainable approach to compensation. It provides a framework that supports employee growth while ensuring compensation remains equitable, competitive, fiscally responsible, and aligned with the organizational goals. By investing strategically in compensation, we strengthen our ability to attract, retain, and reward a high-performing workforce. At the same time, Ascend focuses on succession planning by preparing today's employees for tomorrow's leadership opportunities. Using workforce analytics, current workforce trends, competency assessments, and career readiness strategies. Ascend will help us identify future leaders, preserve institutional knowledge, and create intentional career pathways across the organization. As we continue this work, we also recognize opportunities to leverage technology, strengthen onboarding, expand employee wellness, improve retirement planning resources, and better understand the needs of our multi-generational workforce through targeted engagement. Ultimately, Human Resources is not simply a support department. We are a strategic partner in achieving the county's mission. Every department's ability to serve our community begins with having the right people in the right positions, equipped with the right tools and opportunities to succeed. In summary, our budget reflects an investment in our greatest asset, our people. When we invest in people, we strengthen every service the county provides. Thank you so much for your continued support, and thank you for watching. Is it morning time now, since I'm in the morning and not the afternoon? Good morning. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Oh, I have a clicker down. Okay, this very first slide talks about our vision, our mission, and our values. So I did not update this from last year. As a matter of fact, I thought it was still relevant and applicable to what we're doing this year. In terms of our SERVE model, making sure that we're strategic in workforce planning, we just talked about that. Ethical in every interaction that we have, resourceful, making sure that we're a resource for our employees, that we're valued as trusted partners within the organization, and that we are efficient as well as being fiscally responsible. So those were the values that we updated last year, and we maintained those, that mission and those values for this year. All right, as we get into our opportunities and challenges, some of our successes, we just talked about the workforce investment plan. We have strategically changed that terminology within the county, and a lot of people do. We use an acronym. We say WHIP, but it's like, what does that mean? It's about an investment in our people. One of the other things that we're looking at is coming up with that total reward strategy, making sure that we're educating our employees on the contribution that the county makes, as well as what our employees are contributing to the county. We actually did a broker RFP, did open enrollment, I think in about 60 days last year. It was a very quick turnaround. So we definitely consider that a success. We worked with a lot of different, even community stakeholders were involved in that process. So we're excited about that. Our enhanced new employee orientation, we cut that in half. So in terms of having our employees spend an entire day with us, they do spend half a day. And then there's a lot of things that we do online right now. And we're going to be talking a little bit about what happens after they leave us as it pertains to onboarding. The performance review modernization, we reduced our performance review in half. We actually put it online, and instead of 12 questions, we've been getting a lot of good feedback from that. We cut that down to 6, but all of those things are still relevant. We spent a lot of time training and educating our leadership team in terms of writing performance reviews. We hosted our first ever speed hiring event. I actually talked about this at NACO. I did a presentation with NACO on a national platform, and it's all about removing barriers to hiring. Like, how do you move those things forward? And how do you do that in terms of generational candidates? We modernized HR technology, also Laserfiche. We are trying to go very, very paperless, if you will. And this has been one of the strategies that we've been focused on for a while. So we went from a room with bazillion file cabinets to now we have 2. So what does that mean? We have placed all of our personnel files in the cloud. We've secured them in the cloud, and we're very, very excited about that initiative. The concierge services, we now provide that for our employees, where they are able, through our wellness initiative, able to visit a doctor for those routine physical things that you need to have. If you have a cold, if you're sick, if you need a flu shot, if you need a B12 shot, those are being offered to our employees through a local doctor here and at a reduced rate for our employees. So excited about that. The farmers market, we understand about inflation, so we do offer that for our employees as well, where they can get fruits and vegetables. Again, our annual benefits fair that we have, and this year we actually did a health resources fair, which really focused also on a mental health component. So making sure that our employees were aware of all of the things that they had available for them. The Know the Cost Benefits Education Program, that was a new program brought on by our new broker. And again, that's where our employees can go get those MRI scans, those things that would cost a different amount, but you know what you're going to be paying, and you're able to pay those things up front. And again, through our wellness initiative, they're paying those things up front as opposed to doing them as a claim through our insurance provider. So that's also been a huge benefit for us. And then mental health first aid. This is something, Commissioner Williams, that you had introduced, and even when we did the Bell Seal Award, I think this is our third year, Bianca, our third year receiving that award. So we remain compliant in terms of making sure that our employees have what they need. And again, this is multiple years that we've also received the ACCG grant award for the internship program. So we're excited about those successes. And then I'm going to go over here, and some of those successes will overlap in terms of our opportunities. So I talked about us successfully going into a paperless world as far as our files are concerned, but it's still an opportunity for us. So making sure that we continue to look at technology. The BUILT program for us is a compensation and classification software application that we've been working on. Strategic recruitment, onboarding, turnover reduction. We did a class this year for our leadership team called The True Cost of Turnover. We talked about what it meant from training, from development, even looking at equipment. We actually handed out all of the turnover reports to all of our leadership team, and now giving that to them on a quarterly basis. We talked about this again on a national platform. From a government perspective, turnover is about 25%. Rockdale County is right there with them on a national platform. So this is one of the things that we consider to be an opportunity for us. Employee retention, of course, goes with turnover. Ascend. Now, I told my team I was going to get up here and memorize this acronym because I love a good acronym. I did mention at the BLC that we changed it. It was called RISE, and of course that's already there, and we recognize the importance of that. So we changed our name to Ascend. It is that A stands for advancing, right? That S stands for successors. So this particular program is about succession planning for us. So advancing successors through collaboration, through education, through networking, making sure that our employees are talking to the right people, that they're being exposed. And then that D is for development. So that's what that Ascend stands for, but is a leadership and succession planning platform. Of course, learning and development, making sure that we're reaching across the county to all of our partners, continued compensation modernization. So we are receiving requests daily, and you guys can imagine, I want to study on this position. I want to study on that position. What is the market saying? So making sure that we're modernizing that program through software as well. Employee engagement. This year we do exit interviews, and we know that, but how about doing a stay interview? So we actually did this at NACO as well with all of the leaders that participated in the workshop. And these were county commissioners, these were elected officials. We had them actually complete a state interview there, and it was only 4 questions. So a very simple question. We want to ask why they leave, but a lot of times that's too late. So then why don't we go ahead and ask them, why are they staying? So that's one of those things that we're looking at. Benefits, education, and wellness initiatives. Rockdale University, we talked about this last year, strategic partnerships with our colleges and universities. We do have a lunch and learn coming up with Troy University, multiple of those things that we have right now. Our future talent development program is our internship program as well. So right now, I believe we have 6 interns throughout the county, and just excited about those opportunities that we do have. So let's talk about challenges. Change management. Change management. How do people deal with change? There's a lot of different things that are happening. I know Director Hammer just got up and spoke about people moving. We understand right now that people are even having anxiety as it pertains to the office move. That's real. We do understand that. So how do we help with that? So going around implementing those change management strategies. Knowledge transfer and succession readiness. We just talked about that through our Ascend program. So that's going to be a challenge for us. Recruitment and hiring efficiency. How do we go after the passive candidate? Again, that active candidate, they're coming to us. But what about talking to people that may not know and just sharing with them all of the wonderful things that are happening here in Rockdale County? We already talked about our WIP, workforce investment and market competitiveness, and then employee rewards, benefits, wellness, and additional resources, making sure that our employees know of all of the benefits. We talked to some leaders in the county, and they're not even aware of all of the benefits. So again, sometimes if you go through new employee orientation, you hear it one time, and then what if you've been here for 10 years? And then you've never gone through new employee orientation. You haven't changed your health insurance. How do you know what kind of benefits that we offer here at the county? So those are some of the things that we're going to be looking at. The next slide for us is our goals and initiatives, and all of these things I just talked about it. So we call this HR Connect. It's our HR Roadshow. It's making sure that we're increasing visibility. My team right now, the employee relations team, they're out, they're visiting departments, they're doing one-on-ones, but not just my employee relations team, that's your HR director as well. So me being out there, boots on the ground, walking into departments, I'm just there to say hi. I just want to see how everybody is doing. So I'm saying that out loud right now so everybody can hear that. But it is about making sure that they have access to us, that they know all of the service that we have. Increasing employee participation in benefits, as well as our financial wellness programs. That's a big deal as well, seminars for that. Enhanced onboarding beyond orientation. So I just talked about that. What happens after you leave HR? What happens when you enter your department? So we're going to be doing surveys with our leadership teams, talking about how they do that, coming up with some shared practices, some best practices that we can share with all of the directors where we've seen that be a successful onboarding experience. Expand benefits education through year-round communication. So that's what I just talked about, not just open enrollment, but year-round. What are those things that we're doing? Also bringing our broker in, our new broker, to help with that and to assist with that. And we also talked about total rewards, sharing that information. What are those things that the county is contributing? Increasing employee interviews. We also talked about the stay interviews already, an employee reward system. So I'm gonna be talking about that in a little bit second. I know in our employee engagement survey, they talked about acknowledgement and recognition, not just being that one time a year where we do the employee meeting, but how do we engage those employees that aren't sitting at their desk? How, even they talked about this at NACO. I'll go back this again. They talked about that text communication platform. Are we doing that? We have an ADP app. We have some other things that we have in place that we can reach those employees. So we go over here to equity. Again, that's our county step compensation program. And a step compensation program, I talked about it in the video, but it is a fair and equitable way to move people along in career progression. It also helps with finance in terms of forecasting from a benefits perspective, from a financial perspective, what that would cost for the county. Updating our compensation and classification policy. A lot of times people will come and say, where did this policy come from? And I'm like, well, we can change it. The board can change it. So if you guys want to advance and move some things up into 2026, we absolutely are looking at that. Continuing to do market analysis is going to be important for us, strengthening career development, and improving retention. I just spoke about the percentage for turnover. We want to take a look at those numbers on a quarterly basis and look at how we're moving the needle. Innovation, continue HR modernization, expanding our Ascend program, leadership, workforce, and analytics, looking at numbers, looking at data. I am a numbers person, I'm in HR, but numbers tell a story. So making sure you can even use that comparison, whatever gets measured gets done. It gets looked at, it gets reviewed, and then how do you make those changes? Implementing additional paperless processes and strengthening strategic partnerships and pursuing additional grant opportunities. So these are going to be the initiatives for fiscal year 2027 for your HR department. As it pertains to our operating budget, we are remaining flat this year. So no changes to the operating budget, even with personnel services. In addition to workforce investment plan, we were still able to come in at a little bit lower, $3,000 less than what we were last year in terms of our personnel services and benefits for this year. So no requests for operating. One of the things I did want to point out is we did move some things around where we are moving $12,600 from our advertising line item to our technical services line item. I just talked a lot about an employee engagement software. I just talked about enhancing technology. So this is where we're going to be changing, and I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Our LinkedIn data analytics software. So I just mentioned before about being able to get to those passive candidates. So we're still going to be able to use LinkedIn. We still use it for posting jobs, but this is the portion where you can go in and look at it from Again, those passive candidates, sourcing modules to reflect funding toward a higher value workforce analytics solution. So that's the portion of LinkedIn that we are going to put on hold for this year. We're also have already canceled our pay factors pay scale. It was up for renewal, so we did not renew that this year as well. And that is a compensation and classification software application. What we are putting in place of these two things to offset it would be HollyGov. HollyGov is also a compensation and classification software. HollyGov is specific to government entities. It provides real-time, real-life data for compensation and classification. Right now, all of that information is gathered from my office via the Just FOIA. So we do an open records request. We go in, we speak to someone, we call, we establish those partnerships. What HollyGov will do is update that information on a quarterly basis for us. They also will put together a list of all of the markets that we want to look at. So any government entity, whether it's here locally in Georgia or if we wanted to look at another state, they would be able to do that real time. They'll also be able to pull up all of the job descriptions for any of those entities that are listed in our platform. So we tell them who we want to see, we can add it and change it, and they'll be refreshing that data for us on a quarterly basis. So super excited about that. But in order to do that, we did not renew pay scale, and then we removed the data analytics portion of LinkedIn, but still maintaining our access to LinkedIn for recruitment and posting.
I have a question right there.
Yes, ma'am.
With the HollyGov, how do they get their information?
So guess what they're doing? What I just said. We did,
What you do?
What
you were doing?
What we were doing, but faster. So they have a whole team of it, whereas I have one person.
Okay.
And I remember we were sitting in the meeting and the chair asked Danielle at the time, like, well, how long does it take for you to do that? So in her particular case, depending if someone walks in, can you do an assessment for the tax appraisers? Can you do an assessment for the maintenance workers? So she starts over. That then takes about 3 to 4 weeks for her to be able to get all of that data. And if we're looking at the Atlanta Regional Commission, which is 11 counties plus cities, we look at the city of Conyers. We've been looking at Newton County. We'll look at Morgan County. We'll look at Walton County. So then she's manually doing all of that. We give them the list up front, and then they refresh it for us quarterly with all of that data. So that's the difference.
I want to tell you that some exciting news. I am working on an AI tool that can be used for HR and streamline some of that process.
Is it
Very
what you sent me?
It's another one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
So
you
we'll
sent me
talk.
Beam.
What?
Beam. Do you remember that one?
BING?
BEAM. It's a software. It's
I'd
nice
have to
too, though.
look.
We're looking
Yeah.
at that one too, but that one's
Yeah.
more about capturing notes, real life notes, and doing it from an AI perspective. So a lot of software, a lot of technology. So I put that down as one of our opportunities as well as challenges for us, but one of our initiatives as well that we're going to be striving for 2027.
Right. Very good.
So exciting. All right. Okay. As far as our organizational chart, this is your HR department. It's myself. I do have a deputy director, and I have them divided up based on the divisions that we oversee. I also have a general manager. So Deputy Director Red, she oversees recruitment. She oversees training, HRIS, as well as the office operations. So she has the recruitment and retention manager who reports into her, learning and development and recruitment. We added that to the title for administrator, as well as a generalist. That's our HRIS generalist, and that's Miss Cynthia Matz. She's more of a senior generalist for us. And then we have an administrative coordinator for our office. In terms of general manager Bianca Mallory Thompson, she oversees benefits, compensation, as well as employee relations. Also, workers' compensation would fall up under the general manager for benefits. So benefits and wellness administrator reports to her. We have employee relations manager as well as our Title VI coordinator. We do have a generalist for employee relations. And then that last generalist is our compensation analyst for the county. So that is your HR team. That's 10 individuals and myself. That would be a total of 11 FTEs. And for 2027, we're proposing that it remain the exact same. So no changes or requests in terms of our organizational structure. Now, as we get into, I only have one more slide, and I did add this in here. I put up in your booklets, there's an updated slide for you. So if you're looking at the presentation, this is that employee engagement software that we talked about. How do we do targeted communication with our employees? So we've looked at a couple of companies. We're working with procurement right now, but we're estimating this number here was for a multi-year contract. So we cut that in half to look at if we did a 1-year contract with a vendor we haven't selected just yet, 1-year contract with some options to renew. So that's where you see the change in what your presentation is. But this is an employee engagement software worked with finance, to work with technology services on looking at it as well, being able to reach those employees, targeted promotions, targeted awareness, even doing our employee engagement survey would all be done now through this employee engagement survey. Right now, we're doing it through SurveyMonkey, and then we're collecting that data. This would actually be real-time recognition for our employees as well. So some of those things we do, birthdays, anniversaries, celebrations, all of that would be coming through one streamlined platform for the county. So that is the...
Yeah.
That's it.
That'll be interesting. I wonder if, I don't know if you have any analytics for like Ramp Health and some of the other.
We did look at
pieces.
Ramp Health. So the software that we're looking at all have to be integrated with ADP. So that's a big deal for us. Whereas Ramp Health will not do that part of it. But Ramp Health would only do it for wellness initiatives. So it has to be a wellness program if we're going to use Ramp Health because they're funded via wellness. But the survey platform that we're looking at, we'll be able to add some wellness components to that as well. But we looked at Ramp Health. We looked at another internal function that we have as well. But so we're looking at all of the different things, like what's going to be the most efficient, what's going to be the most cost effective,
Sure.
and what's going to improve morale for our employees. Okay.
Besides the Sunshine Committee,
Besides the Sunshine
who's already
Committee,
doing a great job.
they are doing an amazing job. They actually would be using this survey. So this software. So the Sunshine Committee would actually be involved in this as well. So it also would be managers, leadership team would be able to go in here and again, pull it up on your phone. So that's going to be able to reach those individuals that are in the field as well.
Beautiful.
So, Madam
All right.
Chair, Commissioners, that concludes my presentation. That's all I have.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And I think since we have time, I'd like to see if our finance department can present.
We can get going.
Okay, that would be great.
Perfect. Hi, welcome to Finance Department. My name is Javed Majid. I'm a Chief Financial Officer, as known as a CFO for Rockville County, and we're going to talk about budgeting for finance. The Finance Department serves as the financial backbone for Rockville County, strategically partnering with 31 county departments, elected offices, and the court system to provide financial leadership, guidance, and support by ensuring sound financial stewardship and remaining fully accountable to our stakeholders. Each day, we work to ensure the county resources are managed responsibly, transparently, and in a way to support the long-term financial stability for our community. Our team comprises with one vacancy right now, dedicated, knowledgeable, and experienced professional committed to delivering accurate and timely financial information through strong collaboration and commitment to exceptional customer service. We ensure the county's financial operation remains stable, efficient, and forward-looking. Our department is organized into several essential functional areas, including budgeting, accounting, accounts payable, grants, and purchasing. Finance team together, we uphold the highest standard of integrity, accuracy, and efficiency as we serve Rockville County with commitment and professionalism. As we prepare to submit our fiscal year 2027 budget, I want to acknowledge the reality that we continue to operate within limited resources. In recognition of these constraints, we are submitting a flat budget of $5.83 million, consistent with our current fiscal year 2026 allocation. Looking ahead, we have several important goals and challenges that will shape our work in the upcoming year. Recruiting a controller with the CPA credentials, advancing the ERP implementation project, issuing and managing the auditor RFP, strengthening our indirect cost processes, completing the annual comprehensive financial report as known as ACFR, and budget book along with submitting for GFOA award. Continuing succession planning to ensure long-term organization stability, leading the JAC project and establishing clear tracking mechanism. And lastly, leading the JAC project and establishing clear tracking mechanism. Thank you so much, and I hope you learn more about finance budget. You can tell we are not actors. Anyway, so finance, we have a very simple stuff. I think that the spotlight covered most of it. When we talk about our vision, I can truly believe in that we are strategically partner with everybody in the county departments, whether it's the department or elected offices. We are there partnering with them to provide them the support they need. When we look into the automation, we look into the data-driven, we look into the innovation and the continuous improvement, excellence in customer service. These are our vision. When we talk about our mission, the mission of the finance department is to provide leadership, operational oversight, system coordination, and financial product and services for Rockdale County. Our values are integrity, accuracy, efficiency, and ensuring ethical practices, precise financial reporting, and streamlining operations. I think this was also given into our spotlight too. When we look into opportunities and challenges, we have some successes. We look into opportunity, we look into challenges. Over 2026 GFOA, we submitted the budget book for the in a timely manner. Not only that, we also completed our audit on a timely basis this year for 2025 with no findings for 25 audit, 26 budget recommendations and passage of it, our ordinance, issuing audit RFP that we are right into the process of it right now, and indirect cost study process that we are going through it. This is the first time we are going through the indirect cost for the Rockdale County. Opportunities, we have very knowledgeable tenured staff, work towards more innovation and efficiency. And when we look into the challenges, the first challenge come into play is that our software that we have for the Great Plains software is going to be coming to an end of life. So that is a huge challenge for the finance department to take over. Well, the next challenge is that we have tenured employee, and that also give us the succession planning to be in place. Navigating economic uncertainty. This is basically keeping our financial health in place so that we can face if there are any economic opportunities coming along. Okay. When we look into the next one, that what we are looking for our goals and initiative, reporting obviously is the first that we are keep on gonna do the reporting that we do on a monthly basis to Board of Commission. Preparation for 27 budget, that's what we are doing right now. Compliance for, hopefully we will get a clean audit for 2026, and also submission to the GFOA. Automation and technology, we mentioned about that. We are also promoting that we will do more automated clearinghouse, meaning the electronic fund transfer for our vendors. We are also modifying as needed for one meeting software, acquisition of new accounting software. We already talked about that. Next, one of the goals that I have is this, to focus more onto the grant opportunities for our county, so that we can more rely on having those grants to apply for it and gain some funding from outside rather than relying on our general fund. Okay. Operating budget, as we are in finance, we basically will be a flat budget. We have a minor increase in personnel. This is basically in all of the county budget. You will see there's a compensation adjustment happen in 2026 carried over into the 2027. Less than 1% increase in our finance budget. Not less than, I'm sorry, close to 1%, I will say, a little over 1% increase in our finance budget. No changes into that. Our organization chart, hard to read, I know. We are 20 people all together. One vacancy, which is the controller position we are trying to hire from last few months. And our focus is that we will get some CPA certified accountant on board to help us not only just to implement the ERP software, but also to help us in areas that is where I call it well-needed attention area that we have. Purchasing is one of them. No changes from 26 to 27 on this organization chart. Over a 5-year capital improvement plan, CIP, we are continuing our request for the software for ERP system for 2027. This is not a new request. This is carrying over the request we already have in 2026. So we will just be moving it forward. Hopefully we'll get that in 2027, and this will be quite an achievement if we can do that.
So we didn't spend any of the money in 2026?
We haven't spent any money yet.
And what number is that? I can't. What number does it say?
It's 1.5 million.
Okay.
In last year, it
So
was
the bu-
1.2, I'm
was
sorry.
the funding for this already budgeted
It is budgeted
this
for
year we're
26.
in.
for 26?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're just carrying forward that funding from 26 to 27. I think it was also funded 2025, if I remember correct. Yes. So, well, that's all we got. If any question, I'd be here. Otherwise, I will suggest is this, we can take an early lunch break and come back, or I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
I think we had one more presentation that could be
Okay.
before 12, maybe?
Yes, so we
Okay.
could proceed with either the BOC, maybe PR since we're here today, but we were waiting to see about the tax commissioner and making sure she was scheduled next.
We'll go ahead and proceed with the other reports.
Is anybody else ready for today? Are you ready?
The BOC.
Right.
Are you coming in? I'm going to do it. Okay, perfect. Turn
So,
my time over to
Public
him.
relations then.
Sue, do you want to go? I can. We'll let
Either.
Director Sanders, Chief Sanders go.
Yeah. Okay.
How does it get over there? I wish no Amy was here. I wish no Amy down here.
Okay.
She's here and we could move them up.
Or you could email it to me.
Because then we could move up planning and development into where
Oh,
human resources is.
Okay. So is it public relations or no?
You can go ahead and get it over if you want. Yeah.
Is theirs on your?
Yeah, they got my video.
Okay.
They got my video ready to go. So
Yeah. See, now you don't have to wear a shirt and tie tomorrow.
that's true. I was gonna rehearse. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the rehearsal becomes the real thing. Yeah, if they'll pull up the video, we'll run the PR intro video. We don't have the PR intro video. Okay, we don't have it. Because it was ready for tomorrow. So
Right.
yeah.
right.
So here we go. Yeah, so the rehearsal becomes the actual show. So here we go. So here we go for the 2027 operating and the 5-year CRP budget presentation. And let's see, here we go. The vision, mission, and values. The vision to elevate Rockdale County through transparent, ethical communication that builds trust, engages the community, and expands its visibility locally and nationwide. The mission, increase public awareness of all county policies, programs, and actions through open communication and citizen engagement. That's a big one because we want as much citizen engagement as we can get. Our 3 core values are quality communication, community engagement, and meaningful storytelling. So what are the opportunities and challenges as we go through the next year? Well, our successes will start there. We've increased community engagement across all social media platforms, which we are thrilled about. We've increased awareness of town halls and commission meetings. Attendance has gone up. Downloads of the RockGA app have increased. Awareness of the app has also gone up in number. We are getting ready to launch a text message system for non-emergency purposes to reach a high number of citizens. We believe that's going to create some big engagement. The debut of a county-focused community magazine. In fact, that delivery came on Friday, but we're holding it until our launch party, which is going to be coming up next month. We're really thrilled about that. And we have increased the awareness of achievements of the other departments across Rockdale County. So what opportunities do we have going into next year? Well, we want consistent communication across all platforms. That includes newsletters, text alerts, the RockGA app, social media. We'll even throw logos in there probably too. Consistent branding across everything. Use analytics and resident feedback to create more targeted, effective messaging. That's something we want to do. Continued growth across all social platforms with a quality plus quantity approach. And utilize the talent of our AV team to maximize creative flow with new series campaigns, similar to what we were doing here with the budget presentations. We want more new series campaigns going forward. What are the challenges? Well, the department is in need of a social media specialist to manage and monitor all the multiple platforms, allowing the department leadership and other team members to focus on the other higher priority strategic initiatives. Having someone that can take those reins is necessary. Staffing gaps have created overlapping responsibilities, highlighting the need for clearer role alignment and a defined leadership structure. Organizational priorities, transitional roles, and varied branding approaches can make it difficult to maintain that clear, unified identity for Rockdale County government that we're shooting for. So as we continue goals and initiatives for fiscal year 2027, access, equity, and innovation. So for access, we want to expand reach and improve service delivery. Crisis communication plan refresher course. That's something that we want to do going forward. I'm happy that I have a certification in crisis communication I achieved a few months ago, and we want to be able to lead that campaign in a plan refresh with all the other departments. Continued promotion of the Rock GA app. We've made significant strides in downloads, but we want to continue that moving forward. Launch of the Text My Gov system. I had my first training last week, another one scheduled for after budget hearings. So we're going to have that implemented and in place before the fall. Very excited about the possibilities with that. We also want to bring back a Meet the Media initiative to connect with internal and external stakeholders. Equity. Building relationships with the media outlets while ensuring diverse communities' voices and perspectives are represented fairly and included in the outreach. We want to make sure no one in the county feels disenfranchised. We want everybody to be able to get all of our messaging. We want accessibility in messaging. We want to be ADA compliant. We want those formats across all communication tools. Community education and connectivity campaigns, Citizens Academy. We've increased it from once a year to twice a year. The new one begins at the end of this month. I'm excited about hitting the ground running with that. I know we've had a lot of applications and looking forward to letting those citizens know which ones were accepted. Innovation. The Rockdale County rebrand. We want to have consistent logos for everything. We have, last I counted, I think 1,100 different logos. So we need to be able to try to get those down. Realistically, I think it's about 20, 25, but it's a lot, and we really need to try to get those down. We're going to continue the We Are All PR collaboration model, and we're going to have the tourism-focused marketing strategy with the launch of the magazine. We think that's going to help us considerably in being able to get tourism to increase. The operating budget summary. We are actually going to have a slight little decrease of about $5,500 from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27, going from $895,771 to $890,220. As we move forward, wrong button. There we go. Here is the operating budget request from fiscal year 26 to 27. Now, professional services, we're increasing that by $15,000. Technical services, we're increasing that by $8,000. Communications, we're reducing by $8,000 to offset the cost of technical. And then advertising, we're jumping that up by $18,000. So I want to explain the reason why we have the jumps in there. The Text My Gov text messaging system, the county magazine, website management, Solia Media will all come out of the public relations budget. And I believe that a lot of those costs will be offset, if I'm correct, Chief Sanders, in the BOC budget for next year. So that is the reason why PR has the increases, is because my department's going to be managing all of those accounts, and we're going to be the ones paying the bills for that. Now, I've also taken the task of trying to sell sponsorships for the magazine to offset the cost. And that, thankfully, we have a lot of advertisers locked in for a year. So that's going to mean we've already got a head start going into the January issue of the magazine. But the more sponsors we get over time, the less we're actually having to spend on the printing costs for the magazine. So the goal is over time, we're not really spending that money. So that's the game plan going forward. Operating budget request justification, and I was just talking about that. Professional services, increasing that to cover the account for TextMyGov, their annual fee. Technical services, increase to account for PR website management, Solia Media. Funding previously came from tech services, but that fund's no longer in service. It was transferred to PR in 2025. Communications, we're dropping that 8 to decrease to account for a decrease in phone line usage. Our audiovisual coordinators do not have county cell phones. Right now it's just myself and Janetta Owens. So we would decrease that.
Great.
Advertising to increase to cover the cost of the Rockdale County Community Magazine, and so that's why we upped that by 18. This is the current organizational chart. Director, followed by deputy director, and then that proceeds to the following 5 positions from fiscal year of this year: programs manager, public relations specialist, audio, and 3 audiovisual coordinator positions. Those are your photographers and editors, all the people that put together these videos. That's their job. And we currently have 2 vacancies: PR specialist and director position.
Didn't you say you have a general manager?
No, ma'am. We have a programs manager. That's Janetta's position.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then going forward into next year, the big change is that we want public relations specialist reclassified to social media specialist. So that vacancy would switch to a new position, and they would still have the same duties as public relations specialist, but they would really have a focus on managing all of the social media, getting out the press releases. That would be their job. And someone that can hit the ground running, memorize the algorithms, know what's going to get a lot of traction, that's going to be their responsibility. And as far as the social media specialist position, salary plus 40% benefits, that comes to $59,703.28. This position creates a designated role that will manage social media across several channels, consistently upload content, and manage comments and reply to messages. With having this dedicated staff member, social media can be better placed as a priority and a more effective tool to engage with the public. Our public relations specialist resigned back in January, and the role of that position has been split between myself and the programs manager. So we have been essentially doing that job, and I've been the acting department head since taking over the role. So it's certainly been a lot of different shuffling going on with the job, but we're making it work and getting it done.
Just wanted to clarify on that amount, that is already budgeted. So the reclass is really just a title change.
Yeah, it's a
That
title
funding is
change,
already in the
yes.
budget. It's not an additional
That's right.
59,000.
Thank you, Chief Sanders. Yes. So it is a reclass. And we worked on that with the Human Resources Department. So the 5-year capital improvement plan. So we have requested a total of $76,000 over 5 years. For 2027, we've asked for $48,000, $30,000 for a new public relations vehicle, $18,000 for technology programs and improvements. This will include new editing equipment for the audiovisual coordinators, and we've allocated $28,000 for that going into 2028. The objective is to try to keep the hardware updated on a 5-year cycle. Some of the computers are dated 2019 models, and so they could use an update. And I know for our editors, they have really wanted some new PC equipment. They operate on Macs now, and they really want PC hardware. And that's something that we would certainly request and appreciate having. I know the AVs have certainly come to me numerous times saying that they would want their computers and systems updated. We've had tech services have to come out several times for crashes and things like that. So we really think having new hardware will help. As far as the automotive equipment that we're asking for, I know last year there was plans in the budget for a third vehicle and it didn't happen. We're simply asking for that again, just because there have been situations where I've had to be at a state of the county. We have one AV going to one event, and then there's another event at the same time, and we don't have a third vehicle. So having a third vehicle would certainly be appreciative for our department. And it actually is a replacement of one that we had a long time ago. We had a Ford Excursion. The transmission went out in that vehicle. The cost of replacing the transmission was just too high. So the plan was to swap that with a different vehicle. And that didn't happen this past year, but we're hoping that it will happen in 2027. And that's it.
Okay.
Any
Thank
questions
you.
or anything?
Any
I
questions
think
or anything?
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll do the real one tomorrow. No, kidding. No, kidding.
All right.
You didn't do a
Just
video?
a dry
You
rehearsal.
don't have a video?
It was supposed to air tomorrow, so they haven't finished it. So all the ones that were supposed to be today, they were putting the last few tweaks on.
Got it.
Yeah.
But we'll play it tomorrow,
We'll play it
since you
tomorrow.
did that. Yeah.
Right. Good
All
too.
right.
So we have.
So Commissioner Washington, we'd love to hear from you and your team.
Send it to me and I'll put it on a flash drive. Send it to me now. Oh, you sent it?
Might take a second. And then there's that attachment. Yes.
Good. Is it still morning? Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Did you get it?
Yes.
Oh,
Just put it in
thank
on
you.
flash drive now.
Thank you, good.
Thank you. How you doing?
Okay, thanks. Hey.
It's the 2027 budget TC. Yes. Okay. Oh, the clicker. Okay, thank you. That's fancy. Is it?
Madam
the down
Clerk,
button?
while we wait, can we
Down
move
button. Down.
animal services up to the 120 time frame?
So let me go back up. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
that's weird. You popped up on my phone.
Oh, did I?
I
Uh-oh.
guess we can. That's really funny. Didn't even read it.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe so.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that'd be great.
Are you coordinating this or?
I'll do it.
I don't think you heard what you said about the change.
Oh,
Go ahead.
CFO, I was asking if we could move Naomi, no Amy Hayes and Animal Services up to the 120 time frame, if possible.
Yes, since Human Resources already presented, so.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll,
Just keep our day flowing.
yeah, keep going.
And it's likely Director Peak will be done within an hour, so just have planning here a little early. Okay, Commissioner, thank you for being here today.
Oh,
with your
thank you
team.
for inviting me. Am I standing between everyone and lunch? So I'll be,
That's
I'll make
okay.
sure.
That's okay. You have important information to share, and we're glad to see you.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, chairwoman. Thank you for the opportunity to present our budget request for 2027. I am your tax commissioner, Tisa Smart Washington. Down. Thank you. Okay. All right. So our vision, mission, and values in the Tax Commissioner's Office, our vision is to steward the government experience where trust is built, service begins, and community partnership is made. Our goal is to act as the welcome center of the county. Most people will only go to the courthouse if something, bad has happened. Hopefully, they will never have to visit the sheriff's office. But everyone in the community comes to the tax commissioner's office. And because of that, it's an opportunity for us to set the standard of what government is in Rockdale County and in Georgia. And we take that responsibility seriously. We want our office and operations in our office to be people-centered, forward-thinking, accessible, and respectful for everyone we serve. Our mission in the Tax Commissioner's Office is to serve as a value partner in building community. We understand that every dollar we collect supports our schools, our neighborhoods, and the essential services that help our community thrive. We are committed to making the tax process simple, fair, and respectful. And we are guided by our tenants, which in the Tax Commissioner's Office, we say we like to work smarter. And we focus on service, mission and metrics, accessibility, accountability and accuracy, responsiveness, and we utilize technology, and we prioritize transparency, and we do all of this under the umbrella, that's our ER, where we prioritize education and respect in everything that we do. All right, for 2027, our goals and initiatives. We are focusing on 5 areas in 2027. First, we want to expand access to government services. That falls in line with our accessibility tenet. It is my desire that any way a citizen or a stakeholder wants to engage with our community, they should be able to do so. Now, I feel that if you, idealistically, I feel that if you want to come to my office at 2 o'clock in the morning, you should be able to do so. Practically, that is not something that we can offer, but we do offer a website that allows you to take care of all of the transactions whatever transaction you want to complete with our office in a time that's convenient to you. So that's what I mean when I say I desire our office to be 100% accessible. Whichever way a citizen wants to engage with us, they should be able to do it in that manner. So our first goal is to expand access to county services. Our second, to improve operational efficiency through technology. One of the things that we've heard in our community meetings is that it takes a little bit of time for things to process through our office, especially when it comes to processing appeals and then getting refunds out to citizens. And it is because in our office, a lot of the processes are still manual. We mail out 40,000 tax bills, around 40,000 tax bills every year. And the majority of those payments that come in, they are it's not a machine, it's not AI. We actually have individuals in my office processing those individual payments. And so being able to utilize technology to speed up that process not only helps the employees in my office, but it also helps citizens to, again, receive those refunds if they're owed a refund, get those payments applied to their accounts if that's what they need done in a way that that is faster than it's being done now. 3, our goal is to develop a high-performing workforce. One of the things that we have noticed is that our office at one time was a training ground for other offices. If you've ever been in the tax commissioner's office, you know that it is not the type of office where you can go to your local staffing agency and immediately put somebody on the line. There's a certain level of knowledge. There's a certain level of legislative understanding, education that our employees develop working in our office. And so we train them very well in the tax commissioner's office here in Rockdale County. And because the system is the same system that's used across the state, they can then go to DeKalb, Gwinnett, our neighboring counties, and they're already trained, and they can be paid more than what we pay them in my office. And so it is very important to me that we have the opportunity to not only train our workforce, but retain that workforce once they're trained, because it just takes a lot. It takes about, Chief Deputy Tudd, about 18 months they say, for someone to be fully trained in our office. And when you invest that amount of time and energy into developing an employee, you want to make sure that you're able to retain that employee. 4, to increase public education and taxpayer education. We know that the last couple of years, tax relief has been the #1 concern and priority for citizens. And we are right at that intersection in my office. And I think that the amount of time and energy and resources that we put into making sure that the public is educated, that they understand the tax process, that they understand how these tax programs impact them and their individual household is important. The thing about what we've seen in the last couple of years is, legislation down at the Gold Dome, there may be 15, 20 bills at one time that are being discussed, debated, or passed, and then we're charged with implementing those changes, whether they are there's some contradictions on as far as the current process is concerned. Some of the bills have contradictions within them, and I know our legislators mean well, but we are where the rubber hits the road. And so it is important to me that we're able to educate the public in an intentional way, so that if they have any questions, that we have people that can sit down with them, that we have opportunities for them to understand the tax process, and that they understand how all of these changes impact them at their kitchen tables. 5, deliver accountable and data-driven government. One of the adages that I've heard lately is that you can't manage what you can't measure. And it is important to me that we're not making decisions in my office that's just based on how people feel or what they see, but that we are really looking at the data as a way to make sure that the changes that we're making, the policies that we're putting in place, the processes that we're developing have the impact that we're expecting. And we're doing all of this because we are guided by those tenets of service, mission and metrics, accountability, accessibility, accuracy, responsiveness, technology, and transparency. There's no way for us to know how well we're hitting that goal if we don't know what the goal is and we don't have the data to back that up. I was going to say, next slide, please, and it's me. So our successes in 2026 or 2020 in the past year, we've expanded access to motor vehicle and property tax services, and that's just a continuation of the work that we're already doing. One of the highlights of Rockdale County is that we are the only county actually in the state of Georgia that has an emission station with a kiosk where taxpayers can renew their registrations on their vehicles. They love it. I hear people that come into my office often, and they're very excited about not having to come and see us. I don't know why that is, but anything that we can do to make them meet that tax obligation and get done what they need to get done as quickly and as efficiently as possible is something that we want to, that we're very proud of. So we're able to offer multiple ways for people to engage with our office. Enhance organizational efficiency. This year, we've gone through a restructuring in our office just to make sure that we're utilizing the human resources that we have available to us in the best possible way. And so we've asked for this year, last year, we got 2 additional positions, and this year you'll see in the budget we're asking for 2 additional positions so that we can continue to maximize the organizational efficiency in our office. Increased taxpayer support, those two go hand in hand, and I'll get to that in just a second. We've strengthened public understanding. We've developed our SWAT team, and in the next couple of months, we hope to roll out our first class, and that's bringing citizens in and bringing stakeholders in so that they can learn tax administration and love it as much as I do. And it's not just talking heads, like we're sitting down and making sure that our stakeholders are educated about the process, because it is my belief that every citizen should be able to sit at their kitchen table, do the same math that I get, and get the same numbers that I get. And if they don't, it may be a gap in education, it may be a gap in technology, it may be, a mistake that we made on our part, but we want to make sure that we're developing those, that we're strengthening those partnerships, and that we are providing additional opportunities for the public to be as engaged with our office as they would like. And we built a future-ready organization, again, that goes along with adding additional staff, making sure that our staff is cross-trained, and investing a lot in training and development for our staff. Retention has been an issue in our office in the past, and we just want to make sure that when we find good people, we're able to keep good people. The opportunities that we see, we have opportunities to modernize our service delivery through technology. So we're looking to bring on new softwares and change out the software so that we can, again, process those transactions faster for you, get those refunds out quicker, and be a partner where we're able to provide, if you need assistance from our office, we're able to provide that in a timely manner. Expand access to government services. Again, we want to make sure that any way a citizen wants to engage with us, that they are able to do that. So looking at new opportunities for us to do that, or new partnerships. We're looking at maybe developing some remote locations so that individuals don't necessarily have to come downtown to engage with our office, but we're not looking to create a full-fledged satellite office, that we can use technology to kind of bridge that gap there. Strengthen public education and trust. Again, I've already talked about our SWAT team, and we want to do more around that initiative. Inform better public policy through operational insight. One of the things that I understand as a tax commissioner, I'm on the administrative side. I do not write policy. But because I see the impact of that policy, I think that my office is one of the offices that's best positioned to act as a liaison between policy and administration. And, a lot of times I'll get a call or a request to translate legislation. Like, so the legislators will say, this is what we want to do. And I'll say, well, if that is actually what you're trying to do, what you have written here won't get you there, but this is how we can get there. And so to serve as that liaison more in my office. And again, to build a future-ready organization, we want to continue building our staff. The challenges that we see, navigating a rapidly evolving tax environment. Again, every legislative session, and we don't, amongst tax commissioners, we don't see this trend changing at all. But every legislative session, we see more and more legislation around tax administration. And we also want to make sure that we're advocating for our citizens as well as the entities that we represent, because sometimes what is touted as tax relief has an unintended consequence for our board of commissioners, for our school, for our city council. And I'm not in position to make that decision, but I am in position to make sure that you are fully informed, that you are fully aware of the implications of this type of legislation. And so that is a challenge, keeping up with all the changes that happen down at the Gold Dome. Bridging the gap between policy and public, again, being that liaison between our legislators and our citizens. Meeting rising customer expectation. We live in a world of technology. We live in the world of tap and go. And that is what our citizens expect from us. One of the big changes that we see coming down the pike is our mobile digital driver's license. So the legislation has already been approved by our state that an individual can choose to have a mobile driver's license, or they can keep their physical driver's license. Well, in order to accept that mobile driver's license, you have to have technology in place that is costly at this time. In order to accept it, June of 2027? Yep, June of 2027, law enforcement is required to accept it. And so because we see that coming down the pike next year, we need to be in position where our office is able to accommodate those citizens that have chosen to utilize that technology.
That'll be interesting because a lot of places scan the back of your license too, and I'm sure the software accommodates for that, but.
Well, the difference between the mobile driver's license and what we see now is that the mobile driver's license actually verifies the information that's in the Department of Driver Services database, which is different than just, you know, if you have somebody that's really good at Photoshop, then they're able to create those documents. With the mobile driver's license, it adds a level of security that is not available right now, but we have to be in position to accept that.
And what is the ballpark cost that you found out?
We've met with a number of companies, and we're looking at about $250 a month per license.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, yes. It's very costly right now.
You sure you didn't miss a decimal?
No.
That could trade for? Wow.
No.
That's so expensive.
It is very
how is that even cost justified? That does not make sense.
Everybody's going to this software as a service model, so you kind of just pay the subscription cost, and that's how they, I guess, recoup their costs from developing the technology. The issue, though, is that, and where I can't justify it right now,
right.
is that while adoption is growing, adoption is not to the point where a majority of people are coming in with the mobile driver's license. Of course, we're seeing younger people coming in with just that mobile driver's license. But I can't justify $250 a month when we're seeing 2 or 3 people with this mobile driver's license. In 2027, when the law mandates that it has to be accepted by law enforcement, I think that we'll see an increase. And even the Department of Driver Services, they've said that kind of the conundrum that they're in right now is that a lot of people won't use it because it's not accepted. It's not widely accepted, but it's not going to be widely accepted until a lot of people start using it. So,
All right, let's go back because I think I might have misheard you. So you said it's $250 a month
per license
that you scan.
No, not the per license.
Like
per user license.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you have 4 people at the front counter, then that would be okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
I was thinking literally the license.
No, not the driver's license.
And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay,
yes,
I understand. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay.
My apologies. Okay. It's for per user license.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
But then we also can't have just one window where you're able to use it. We have to.
So let's go over this one more time. It's $250 per person that's licensed to use it.
Yes.
And any
Per
other
month.
costs? Oh, per month.
Yes.
That's the.
So it'd be like, mine would be $250 a month, yours would be $250 a month?
If you're working there.
If you were operating the
If
software.
you're working
Right,
there.
if you're part
So
of
for
the tax
every
commission
window, not individual,
okay.
not individual
Okay.
employee, every
Okay.
window. But we have six windows.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we would have to have at least 6 licenses.
Okay.
And maybe a little more because when the lobby gets crowded, then we have people that come from the back and then they're able to process transactions as well.
But like many things that start out to be a great idea, sometimes it's good to do that trial run like many programs that we've seen, whether it's DocuSign or whatever. There have been things that we've had to work out along the way.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's any different than like grocery stores that now have cash only, card only, that kind of thing. So there's a little bit more focus on where that person goes in the queue.
And really one of the things that we're seeing now is that everyone is new to the space because mobile driver's license just came on board. We were at the meeting with the Department of Driver Services. Was that last year?
It was
Last year. So it's just coming online in the state of Georgia. So we don't have a lot of vendors that already have a product that is ready to go.
Got it.
So they're doing the development on the back end just for us, and that's why the cost is as high as it is. And I think that we've met, how many service providers have we met? Yeah. I think we met all of them that were at the session that we attended.
I think it might follow the process like Real ID has done.
Yes.
Where you'll see several different lines where if you've still got your driver's license and then you've got your Real ID that you've gone through, because when you do go get your mobile driver's license, you know, you have to go through this little process with driver services and then they finally upload it. Like mine's in my Apple Wallet.
Yeah.
And, but you're right, some places aren't accepting it, but it looks like it'll be probably be like a phased in approach is what I'm hearing. Same thing that
Right
we
now,
talked about.
it's mostly accepted. It's accepted at the airport
Yeah.
and at State Farm. Arena.
Yeah.
That's where people are using it the most. Right?
So you can have a mobile license and still have your physical card?
Yes, but the law says that you can choose to have one or the other, and that's where the issue is coming in.
Gotcha.
Because as an individual, my daughter went out the other day and she left her driver's license at home, and she was able to download the app on her phone and have access to her driver's license. And you know, so I see young people adopting it quicker. I'm not as young. But because the law gives them the option to get rid of the physical driver's license, there is no way that we're able to turn them away if they do not have that physical driver's license. That's my concern. So we have to be able to accommodate them at some point. Challenges, developing and retaining a knowledgeable workforce and balancing service demands with available resources. We know the laws of economics are that we have unlimited wants and limited resources. And just like every other office and department in the county, we are balancing how we serve citizens with the resources that we utilize to do so. And be to get as much, to be as efficient as possible. Okay. All right, so our operating budget for 2026 is $1.7 million. We are asking for an increase of $172,353 from fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2027. We're asking for a $52,000 increase to our operating expenses, and we're asking for those two positions, which equate to $120,000 in benefits and salary. I like to think that it's a modest increase. Is that a way I can label that? The areas where we're asking for more than a $5,000 increase in our budget is in our communication line item. This is where we have our software and our services. Currently, we have allocated $52,928,000, and we're asking for an increase of $7,600 to that line item. What we're doing here currently in our communication on our communication line item is where we take printing, mailings for our renewal notices as well for our property tax bills. There are two software expenditures that we don't have currently budgeted for that account for this $60,000 in our 2027 budget. The first is our phone line. We share the cost of the phone with the water department, and that was actually not included in the budget, and we're coming back and asking for that as a part of our 2027 budget. That is a current contract between us, the water department, and DialPad. And this is the service that we pay for outside of the county's regular phone service. It is a call center that we're able to so that we're able to better serve citizens. And so we're asking for an increase in our budget to accommodate that. We are also asking for money in our budget that is currently allocated to our IT department. They pay for our property tax software, and through discussions, we thought that it made more sense for that to come out of our budget. And so although it will be an increase to our budget, it's not an increase in funding because that funding is already available to us in IT's budget. For our printing and binding, by law, we have to mail tax bills. And because of that, we are at the mercy of the United States Postal Service. So as they increase postage, we have no choice but to increase our budget requests there. So that printing and mailing includes the printing of our tax bill, the printing of renewal notices for your car registration, envelopes that we use to mail, the envelopes used to mail out those bills, as well as the return envelopes that citizens use to mail those payments back to us. So that's all included in our printing and mailing. Right now, we don't have that separated in our budget, and that's why our budget is going from 0 to 75,000. But we're just moving that funding from communication to that new line item.
Just a question. Are we obligated or mandated to provide those return envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Really? Interesting.
All right, the two positions that we're asking for are both delinquent officer positions. We're asking the salary and benefits equates to about $120,000 for two positions. One of the places that we have been understaffed in my office is in our delinquent collections. And for as much as people hear delinquent and it sounds a little punitive to them, this is really the staff that is charged with making sure that folks don't get to tax sale. So really having people in our office where we're able to make calls, that we're able to sit down with citizens, work out payment plans. I'm one of a few tax commissioners in the state of Georgia that offers payment plans to all stakeholders in our community. And
how many?
Very few that offer payment plans to just about anybody. As long as you've made good on payment plans in my office, then you're able to utilize that every year, because it is my goal to get you to pay the taxes, not to take you to tax sale or take your property or anything like that. We actually, because I was running a little behind this morning, we had a tax sale this morning, and we started with about 300 plus properties, and we took how many to tax sale this morning? 18.
Okay.
And I always say that is I'm very proud of my staff because they work diligently to make sure that citizens are aware that they have options that are available to them that will prevent them from going to tax sale. And so we want to make sure that we have a dedicated staff that is able to concentrate on that.
Can you tell us about how much revenue you, let's just say today, were able to recover?
Well,
when
we sat down yesterday, we had about 38,000 parcels. I'm sorry.
No.
38 parcels.
Okay.
Yesterday afternoon, we had 38 parcels that were still on tax sale, and that equated to about 60,000 in revenue.
Okay.
That we were able to recover all 60,000 between yesterday afternoon
Is this
and
still
today.
going on now?
No, it's over.
Okay. So what happened to those final 18?
All of the properties sold at tax sale this morning.
They all?
Yep. And so we have on the back end, then we have there's work on the back end that we have to do to make sure that those citizens are also informed that they have an opportunity to redeem that property for another year if they choose so.
Yeah, so if they lost the property, they can buy it back in 1 year.
Yes.
And pay a 10% premium.
It's a 20% premium, but there also, if there are any excess funds that resulted from the tax sale this morning, they are eligible to claim those excess funds to help them redeem that property.
Can you walk us through an example?
So if we have a property that's on the tax sale where the taxes due are $10,000, if it went to bid and the winning bid was $100,000, we're only able by law to take the $10,000 in taxes that was due. The other $90,000 is what we consider excess funds. And we hold on to those funds, and anybody who has an interest in the property can claim those funds at any time. So that they can, but they have to have a financial interest, let me say that, not just interested in the property. They have to either have a lien, they have to be an owner, they have to have a mortgage company that
Like
holds
a legal
title.
interest, like
Yes.
you have a document in hand that says, like you're saying that I have liened this property for services, or I was part of the deed and it was sold, not just
Yeah.
your.
Yeah,
you
so
like
not
it,
just interested
like
in the
right,
property.
Yeah, that's a legal interest, yeah.
Yes, so, and it's usually going to be an
Let me
heir.
clarify that.
Yes, it's usually going to be an heir or someone who's a business owner or partner in that business. Those are the type of people that have a legal
Yes,
interest in the
yes.
property.
So let's do
Yes.
So actually, your department could do the work for a family member by selling it, and they could take those 90,000 in proceeds in theory and fix up the house, live in it. Is that how that works?
Well, we can't say what they can do with it, but usually what happens is that they'll take the 90,000 and they'll use that as a part of the recovery for the person that bought it at tax sale. So they would still have to come up with the additional 10,000 that the original taxes that were due. They would have to come up with that outside of the 90.
But if they pay the 10,
If they pay the 100,000 plus the 20% premium,
I
then
see.
they're able to redeem that property.
okay.
And they have at least a year and a day to do that. So we work with them, make sure that they are in contact with the buyers, that they fill out the proper paperwork. Sometimes we do have to turn it over to the courts, but that's all a part of our after-sale process.
Okay.
And do you do payment plans for business taxes
We do.
as well? Okay.
We do, yep. Again, my goal is not to sell any property. It is always, and I tell my staff all the time, it is always my goal to get to the tax sale, and we have 0 properties.
Yeah.
That is always the goal. 0 is always the goal. And that is all for me.
Okay.
Any questions? Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
So I think-
Hi, my name is Christine Carney. I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services Director, and today we're going to talk about the 2027 Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services budget. Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services budget consists of 5 divisions: park maintenance, recreation, senior services, special events, and tennis. The park maintenance takes care of over 17 acres of parks, green space, and trails. Recreation includes athletics, aquatics, and therapeutic programs, which make up the majority of our budget. Senior Services provides essential support, resources, and programs to help older adults maintain independence and a high quality of life. Our Special Events Division funds our signature events like Easter Extravaganza, Halloween Trunk or Treat, Summer Concert Series, and Autumn Fest. Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services goes far beyond parks and green space. It is a backbone to the community, promoting public health, social development, and public engagement. Actually, when I'm traveling throughout the county and visiting different parks, I love to see the things that take place there, especially the lawn at Wheeler has so much going on and so much more to come that there's people there every single day. The Parks and Recreation and Senior Services budget is made up in 5 divisions. The budget is $6,800,000. Recreation is the majority of the budget, which includes all of their aquatics, recreation, therapeutics, and athletic programming. Thank you for watching, and I hope this helped you understand a lot about our department. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 2027 operating and 5-year capital improvement project plan budget presentation. Parks and Recreation, for the Parks and Recreation and Senior Services Division. Today, I'd like to briefly share with you who we are, what we've accomplished, the opportunities and challenges we face, our strategic opportunities moving forward, and a review of our 2027 operating budget and capital improvement plan. Am I this forward? Down. Okay. Our department exists to improve quality of life for residents of every age through parks, recreation, and senior services. Everything we do is guided by our 3 core values: conservation, health and wellness, and social equity. Whether we're maintaining parks, creating youth opportunities, serving older adults, or investing in new amenities, these values shape every decision we make. Our goal is creating places and experiences that strengthen our community and improve the lives of those we serve. This past year has been an outstanding year for Parks and Recreation and Senior Services, and I'm incredibly proud of our staff and everything that we have accomplished. This has been another outstanding year for Parks and Recreation. We are proud to receive the Boost Out of School Time Grant for the 5th consecutive year, allowing us to continue providing quality youth programming. Our department also earned 2 Georgia Recreation and Parks Association state awards, one recognizing the DeCastro Trailhead Nature Pavilion and the Best Park Maintenance and Operation as the Best Park Maintenance and Operations Capital Project, and another recognizing the Rocking Rockdale Summer Concert Series as the state's most outstanding event. These awards reflect the dedication, creativity, and professionalism of our staff. Athletics has also been an exceptional year. Our 14 and under boys basketball team captured both the District 6 and state championships, and Rockdale County proudly hosted both the district tournament and for the 3rd consecutive year and the state tournament, bringing visitors and economic activity into our community. We also completed 3 major SPLOST projects with the help of General Services, which were the lawn at Wheeler Skate Park, the lawn at Wheeler Splash Pad, coming soon, and the Johnson Park Inclusive Playground, continuing to expand our recreational opportunities for residents of all ages. Our partnerships continue to be one of our greatest strengths. Through the collaboration with Rockdale County Public Schools, Arabia Mountain Alliance, the Atlanta Dream, and NBA Junior Hawks, we've been able to provide programs and opportunities that enhance services throughout our community. Senior Services has also had an exceptional year and continues to make a significant impact on our community. Membership fee revenue increased by 9.5% in the first 7 months of 2026 compared to all of 2025, demonstrating both the growing demand of our programs and helping offset operational costs. Our staff has delivered over more than 1,200 activities, serving over 14,000 participants through wellness, education, recreation, and social programs. One highlight, as you saw in our video, was the Art for the Ages, an intergenerational cultural event which saw over a 23% increase in attendance. Some of our challenges, I'd like to go over some of our challenges as well. Like many local governments, recruiting and retaining qualified employees remains one of our greatest challenges. Entry-level wages are becoming less competitive with surrounding counties, contributing to high turnover. We are balancing limited personnel, limited operating budgets, aging maintenance equipment, increasing community expectations, and recreational needs of growing and increased diverse population. Some of the opportunities that we've seen have been helping us plan to expand cultural arts programming, strengthening stakeholder partnerships, pursuing additional grants and sponsorships, and embracing technology and enhancing customer service. Our focus remains providing on exceptional service while operating responsibly and efficiently. Our fiscal year 2027 priorities align closely with Reimagine Rockdale and center around the three key elements: access, equity, and innovation. Access through providing safe parks and facilities, expanding recreational opportunities, and increasing awareness of everything our department offers. Equity, ensuring every resident has access to quality programs regardless of age, ability, or background. And innovation, finding smarter ways to operate through technology, staff development, partnerships, sustainability, and data-driven decision-making. Turning now to our operating budget. The proposed operating budget totals approximately $6.8 million, I apologize. While personnel increased primarily due to salary and benefit adjustments, operating expenditures remain the same compared to fiscal year 2026, with the exception of the costly mill move. So that's why it's a little less, but all the other divisions are the same. One point I'd like to emphasize is that the budget is about protecting the county's investments, sustaining quality services, operating responsibility with the resources we've been entrusted to manage. Every dollar is evaluated through a lens for long-term stewardship. This is our current organization chart. We currently have 4 vacancies within this year. We hope to have them filled very soon. We have 99 positions across multiple service divisions. We have 4 vacancies, as I stated. Our employees continue to provide excellent customer service to our residents every day. Their dedication is the reason this department continues to earn state recognition while expanding services. This is the proposed. There is no changes. Our organizational structure remains unchanged. Our focus is maximizing efficiency, strengthening an internal operations, and supporting our existing workforce. We strive to improve processes while continuing to deliver exceptional customer service. So no changes at all. This is our it's no changes to the personnel budget, so no requests in anything from slide 8. And I would like to go over our capital project improvement plan. Focuses primarily on protecting the county's existing assets. The largest investments involve, that would be helpful. The largest investments involve vehicle replacement and technology improvements that support the daily operations and improve service delivery. So you'll see most of it is equipment or technology. Automotive equipment is more on the lawnmower side, the lawn maintenance side. So majority of our requests are for those. And then technology is just growing processes and programs that we use and employees having access to their emails and those programs that we are using for our daily operations. And that concludes my report. I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners for the opportunity to present to you, and I would like to thank the Parks and Recreation Department and Senior Services employees for my first year. This was my first year. I was probably a month in. So we're proud of what we have accomplished, and we're excited about where we are going, and we are committed to continuing to improve the quality of life for all Rockdale residents and visitors. Any questions?
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So under Department 61, Parks and Recreation, it's about a $460,000 increase in non-exempt salaries. Can you talk about that?
Yep, that goes with some of the raises that were acquired this year. Mostly that's what it is. It's not new additional employees at all. It's all based on whether it's raises or the performance measures that they were granted.
Okay. And then what about for contract labor under 6110-61? Talk about the increase, because when we look at 24 and 25, at max it was 97,000, and you're requesting 148,781.
Yep. Some of it goes with the increase in contracts. Some of our contracts that we have, or our maintenance contracts, increase every year, so it's not just the same for year 1, year 2, year 3. We also have we've increased some of our contracts with our what is the word? I'm sorry. Our 70-30 split contracts, which now we've gone from 90-10. So our tennis pros, our swim instructors, so those things have increased as well.
Okay, so that's where it would be. It's under culture and recreation for the vendors. That's the page, the 6110.
I'm sorry. 60, which account?
6110, it says contract labor under purchased and contract services.
Yep, yes. So there's multiple things, and that's under 6110, not 6120. So
okay, so you think it's due to like the more successful operation of the contract tennis instructors and
It
things
could,
like that?
multiples, yes. So it could
Okay.
be, if it's just for, if you're talking cultural events, it could be that increase, we have an increase in use of contractors that need to get, that we contract out for various services. Something minimal, but something similar is our bounce house
Right.
contractors. So those types of things.
That's what I thought that line item would probably be for.
It is, I'm sorry, for 6120, so I was 6120 is Parks and Recs, you're speaking of 6110. I apologize. My first statement was on 6120.
6110. So it looks like there's been like a large increase of maybe events with bouncy houses and that kind of thing.
It could be, and then
Okay.
even the artists that perform for our concert series. It could, and it's a variety of vendors,
Okay.
not specific to the food vendors that that pay us, but the vendors that we pay for the service that they provide at that specific event or all of the events above.
Okay. And then over in salaries non-exempt under 6120,
Yes.
participant recreation, that increase, so for 2024, it was 568,000 roughly, 614,000 the next year, 685 the next year, and now it's going to jump to $1,140,700.
So some of those increases for the you said exempt or non-exempt, I'm sorry?
This non-exempt.
Non-exempt. So those are more of our part-time employees, if I'm not mistaken?
Seasonal, part-time.
Seasonal, part-time, thank you, yeah. So some of them have been increased. Our lifeguards were increased recently to be more competitive with the going programs that are out there and to retain our lifeguards. We also have our seasonal employees for summer camp. We have our seasonal employees for lifeguards in the summer, right?
Right.
And then some even just moving up if they've gotten to be a higher pay.
Okay. Deputy Director?
Oh, right.
Okay, all right.
So the vacancies weren't counted and now they're counted this year? Does that make, okay. So
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's it?
Do you have anything else?
Nothing?
You're good.
Good?
All right.
Okay.
Very
So-
good. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we have a little bit of a change in the schedule. So we have probate. Is Judge Washington going to join you? Okay, so probate's here. So my suggestion is we would go with probate, then
Sure.
EMA, then water resources. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Deputy Director Wilson.
All right, make sure I've got this.
Yep, Molly's gonna try and get us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair,
Hello,
Commissioners.
good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Congratulations again
Yeah,
on
thank you.
graduating with your degree. Yes.
Thank y'all so very much. Thank you, I
Yes.
appreciate it. Thank y'all
Okay.
for having me out last week. Of course, you all know my name, but for everybody else, my name is Jamie White. I'm the Judicial Assistant with the Probate Court. And on behalf of our Chief Judge and our entire team, I'm honored to present the Probate Court's fiscal year 2027 proposed budget. As we prepare for our upcoming transition into the new judicial and administrative complex, our presentation today focuses on 3 core commitments, which is fiscal discipline, strategic innovation, and expanding public access to court services. Our court remains dedicated to serving Rockdale County with integrity and efficiency and fairness. And as we prepare to transition into that new complex, our operational philosophy centers on delivering high-quality public service while remaining strict stewards of taxpayer dollars. Looking at this slide, our commitment to cost efficiency has not come at the expense of productivity. Over the past year, our team has achieved major operational milestones. We have successfully audited, resolved, and closed 3,283 long-standing pending cases, which drastically reduced our court backlog. We've completed the historical preservation and indexing of historical court records that were previously in the dungeon. And we implemented all statutory Senate Bill 489 fee schedule adjustments and integrated a client success consultant to streamline our workflow. These improvements position us to expand court access to 5 days a week and offer same-day service for simple estate administrations once we move into the new facility. However, inadequate staffing levels and logistical complexity of emergency mental health transport remains critical challenges that we must resolve.
Can you talk about the mental health transport, please? Because a lot of people don't know what the probate judge's office does.
With that.
So you might want to explain that a little
So
bit.
with our order to apprehend, during like business hours when the court is open, if someone is experiencing a mental health crisis, and that can be mental health, drug and alcohol related, oftentimes they're not necessarily committing criminal acts. And so the sheriff's office can recommend that a family member come to the probate court and with a witness and ask our judge to issue just an order to take that person into custody, not to jail, but take them to what is dedicated as an emergency receiving facility by the Department of Health. We don't have a dedicated emergency receiving facility, so we have to go to DeKalb County, or we have to work with our partners at the sheriff's office to try to find placement. And outside of just placement to get this emergency evaluation completed, they have to be transported there. And our deputies are very busy and they're consistently out on calls. So we may have family members come in, apply for the order to apprehend to get their family member in emergency crisis, and we have no one that can come pick them up. Or we call DeKalb County and we say, hey, we've got a citizen coming in for an emergency evaluation, and they don't have space or they don't have beds. So our deputies, ourselves, we're kind of, what are we supposed to do with these people? We have worked in the past with Piedmont. They're just not set up for any type of mental health. Like you need set a number amount of people per each bed, and they have been very generous in the past to take in those emergency, evaluations, but they just aren't set up for it, and that poses risk for them. So being able to, if there was a way to have a mental health facility, that would be amazing. If there's a way to work with our Department of Behavioral Health partners to maybe try to get some designation to Piedmont Rockdale, that may be easier as well. Or if there's going to eventually be some holding where the sheriff's office can transport them to holding until they can get them the treatment that's needed.
What about Piedmont East Side? Have you worked with them?
I'm going to defer to Mary. Have you worked with? This is our chief clerk, Mary Hall.
No, ma'am. We haven't worked with East Side. East Side, we normally go to the AL crisis center, or we transport them to Fullerton crisis center. We end up calling the Department of Behavioral Health to get a location for them to go in case one of the facilities does not have a bed.
So what about Viewpoint Health? Are you working with them?
We can go through, we call Viewpoint Health with it, but they don't have a facility for beds for them to do the treatment first, the emergency evaluation first, so they have to go to evaluation first before going to a facility.
Okay.
So Jamie, I think that you bring up a really good point that we need a documented process. And I know that we have a lot of partners. So, this struggle is not just Rockdale, it's everywhere throughout the state. And the change in the way that we work with our mental health population, it really is challenging. So we'll commit our best effort to try and help you resolve that. That's awesome. Thanks for bringing that to light.
Thank you. That would be wonderful.
And they can't, like if you call National EMS, they are not a transporter either.
No, yeah, and it's very specific rules, what
Sure.
facility can see them and who can transport them.
It's one of those little known rules that you don't think about until you
Yes,
have to work
yeah.
with it.
And it
Yeah.
was just, I think last year or 24 when they allowed sheriff's deputies to even transport. It used to
Wow.
be, you had to go through a process. So they're getting there a little at a time, but when you have nowhere to take them, that can become problematic. So yeah, that's probably one of our bigger issues.
How
here
often does
for-
that happen in a year? with that situation?
How many have been denied? Majority of those. Okay. She means denied completely. And out
For
of those,
help.
who were not able to get to transport? All of them?
All of them transported to
Other facilities.
Okay.
All right, and. Yeah.
So have you reached out to the Stepping Up Committee?
We actually, a lot of times, Stepping Up will come to us if they have citizens, elder population, or if they have some that are experiencing some mental health. They come to us, and we really go more towards the guardianship side of that, which is a different aspect than just a emergency mental health evaluation. And when those come into play, then we can order court evaluators to go out to visit them or to come to the court and evaluate that person. So there's a little more leeway we have with guardianships than we do with the orders to apprehend.
Okay, so those orders are 1013s?
They're the medical side is they call them 1013,
Right.
and of course on our side we call them orders to apprehend.
Okay, okay.
Okay. And then next one is under the Reimagine Rockdale Strategic Plan. Our 2027 goals focus on access by expanding community outreach so residents navigate court procedures transparently, equity, removing operational barriers to deliver consistent justice, and innovation by deploying customer service, self-service kiosk, virtual hearings, and modernized case management. Looking at our operating budget, I want to highlight our fiscal discipline. The probate court heard the citizens and you all's agenda loud and clear regarding tax relief. Nice. In response, we cut our proposed operating budget from 223 down to 208, which is a net $15,000 reduction. And we want to reassure the board that this is not just a one-time adjustment. The probate court is committed to evaluating and trimming operational expenses year over year to support our efforts to reduce the tax burden. Next, you can see the direct line item for this reduction, which was $20,000 from professional services. We cut that from 105 to 85, and we did that by completing the preservation project and optimizing how we appoint court-appointed evaluators and special process servers.
So what are those professional services for?
So when we have to have court-appointed evaluators, mental health evaluators, court-appointed attorneys, special process servers, if someone is incapacitated in a hospital, they have to be served by a special process server. We had to get those as well because we've had difficulties getting service through the sheriffs because they're, again, busy as well with that. Any type of indigent cases, so for your filing fees or those court-appointed services that come with that, then it covers those costs as well.
Okay.
And go to the next one. This just details the statutory mandates governing the professional services line item, and just like you had asked about, it includes the OCGA requirements for guardian ad litem, mental health hearings, and our court management upgrades. So trimming that 20,000 here is our commitment to be lean and compliant. This illustrates our organizational structure. We currently operate with 10 positions and we have 0 vacancies. To meet growing caseloads and expanding facility demands, we are requesting 4 strategic personnel additions to bring our team to a total of 14. That is our proposed 2027 budget. So looking at that, our personnel requests reflect a creative cost-saving strategy. We are requesting 3 Deputy Clerk 1 positions, and that's at $45,864 each, and 1 part-time Associate Judge, and that's at $48,000. I want to specifically emphasize our part-time judge request for Associate Judge. First, we have a recruitment challenge. Even if you're trying to get a full-time judge, we have a recruitment challenge because attorneys who practice in Rockdale cannot preside over our cases due to legal conflicts of interest. So this forces us to have to recruit to the broader metro Atlanta area. And of course, with that, the pay scale and expectations for full-time judges far exceed what we can offer to them. So we've kind of come up with a creative solution by requesting a part-time position. So that way this attorney doesn't have to give up their private practice outside of Rockdale to take the bench. And then on top of that, it's more taxpayer savings because this position is part-time. Rockdale County will pay zero when it comes to health care or pension benefits.
Isn't that what your associate judge does now?
Currently.
Okay.
So basically, we would get 2 part-time associate judges for less than the price of 1.
Okay.
Huh?
And you have that much volume?
Yes, yeah. And it's wild. The chief and I were just talking this morning. You would think it's 2021. Again, the amount of death certificates and death permits alone has just increased drastically. It's kind of...
Well, it's an aging population,
it's
so
really
that
scary.
could be why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you look at it, you're like, is there something going on that no one's telling us about?
Please tell us, please look into that.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Right
people.
away.
Moving on to that, again, this is just for the justification of that. The 3 Deputy Clerk 1 positions are critical to support our transition to the new building, and also to ensure compliance with our mandatory e-filing state deadlines. And those are coming up soon. So without the support, increased filing volumes will create severe processing delays. And then the second part-time associate judge will support the chief judge in managing rising caseload volumes. And
Is your caseload above state average?
I will get back with you on that.
Okay.
We can look at those statistical reports and tell you what that is.
That'd be great.
Will you make a note of that for me? Thank you. So just in conclusion, our 2027 request demonstrates fiscal responsibility through operating cuts and year-over-year savings, and also a zero benefit judicial staffing. So we thank you for y'all's leadership and your partnership, and we're happy to answer any other questions that you have.
So I have a couple. When I look at the budget for 24, 25, 26, 27 proposed, it looks like there's a minimal budget. Things are going really good. We're at 771, and just over the last short time frame, it's jumped significantly, about 25%.
We realized, unfortunately, after some lawsuits, that a lot of compliance issues were not being handled, unfortunately. And not just like for a couple of years, decades. And so we had anticipated that would come at a cost. Each cost of those, of course, the county has to front the cost to get those back into compliance, which would be paying for service, paying for guardian ad litems, and that would come out of that professional services budget. And we would front those costs until we got reimbursed back from the parties who were out of compliance. And luckily, as you can see, the following year, this year, we reduced that. We cut that significantly because we were able to be really creative. Our fiduciary compliance clerk came in and said, let's try sending out initial letters and see if we can get compliance rather than these costs to serve, and was very fortunate to be able to get a higher response on that, which is why we went ahead and cut for this year. And she's continued to do such a good job at that as well that we feel we'll be able to continue to bring that down as we are continuing to get into compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the video for EMA.
Hello, I'm Sharon Webb, Director for Rockdale County Emergency Management Agency. Rockdale County EMA consists of 4 divisions, which are to include EMA, 911 Communications, Animal Services, and Risk Management. 911 funding is used in maintaining the 911 Center. This includes software, technology, equipment, and personnel. Funding is spent on making sure the computer-aided dispatch, which is how we receive the calls and track responses, the geographic information systems, which is our digital mapping, which helps us find the closest unit to respond, have the newest software upgrades. Funding is also used to assist with personnel training to make sure the communication officers are trained and evaluated so that they provide the highest level of customer service to people in need of emergency response. Animal services funding is used for purchases of medicines, vaccines, sanitation necessities for the shelter, equipment, and overall sheltering needs at the facility. For risk management, funding is used for insurance policies. This helps to cover the employees, property, and citizens of the county. EMA's funding assists with the maintenance of our non-weather sirens that have been installed at the county parks throughout the county, and the county's emergency alerting notification system, RAVE, which is how we alert the citizens of the county through text, email, or a phone call when there is an emergency situation. While county funding is needed, I can say the overall EMA department is fortunate that we are assisted with funding sources for operations from state, federal, and local grants. These grants have assisted with equipment, training, personnel salaries across all the EMA divisions so that we can respond in a successful manner, fulfill the duties of each division, and offer the best to Rockdale County citizens. Thank you for your continued support to the Rockdale County Emergency Management Agency.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and colleagues. I'm here on behalf of Director Webb. She is actually in a conference. So bear with me, bear with my English. If I get a little excited, I go too fast, just tell me to slow down, please. Okay?
We like your enthusiasm.
Thank you. I was telling Director White, I said I could actually sing this budget better than I can speak. But I'm just joking now, I will not be singing. My director will choke me later. Let's get started. Thank you. As Director Webb mentioned, EMA, Emergency Management Agency, is 4 divisions. We have EMA, we have risk management that just got back under us, we have E911, and we have animal services. So division for EMA and risk management is a disaster ready and resilience Rockdale County. Our mission, Rockdale County Emergency Management Agency leads and coordinates, mitigate, preparedness, response, and recovery in Rockdale County to minimize the impact of disasters and emergencies on the people, property, environment, and economy. Our values are public service, respect, collaboration, integrity, and competence. E911 vision is to provide a service dedicated to supporting all public safety departments, protecting life, saving properties, and assisting the citizens of Rockdale County. E911 mission is, as a center, is to serve as the critical link between our citizens and public safety providers with the highest level of integrity. We are dedicated to supporting all public safety departments in their quest of protecting life, saving properties, and assisting the public. Our standard is excellence, and our motto of success is teamwork. The values are responsibility, integrity, teamwork, respect, and ethics. Animal services vision a future where our citizens and government work together so that every creature is compassionately cared for and has a safety place to call home. Mission, Rockdale County Animal Services educates, enforces, and assists Rockdale County citizens and visitors with animal needs through a tactful, dignified, discreet, caring, and protective manner. As part of the mission of RCAS, the division will strive to become a no-kill agency. Values, health of animals, quality of life, cooperative accountability, care, cleanliness, professionalism, efficiency, use of tax dollars. Opportunities and challenges, and I am just going to highlight a few for each division. The successes, EMA, active LEPC. We are on a quarter meetings, and we just had our meeting yesterday, and we should be having another one November 2nd. if anybody's interested in attending that.
What is LEPC? stand for?
LAPC is your local emergency planning committee.
Oh.
It's active meeting quarterly, and it's got about 15 partners, and that includes your sheriff's department, your fire, your national, all the good stakeholders. And that is training sections. Now we have to be ready. We never know what can happen, so we have to be ready. So that's one of the reasons why they get together and they work on that. The next one is install ADs in county parks with a Stop the Bleed kit. So we have been able to, through grants, provide Stop the Bleed and ADs for the county parks. 911.
Are they located in the LED?
They are inside of the parks have the outdoor box, and they have a code, and they have to call 911. 911 in the case of an emergency, they will give you a code to type it in, and the box unlocks, and then they will help you go through how to use it, even though the machine is pretty self-explanatory. When you turn it on, it tells you what to do.
And are there Narcan boxes inside each of those too?
I'm not sure. I can get back with you on that one.
Okay, because I know at one time we had an initiative to make sure there were Narcan
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll get back with you on that
available in
one.
all of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
With 911, we have implemented the priority dispatch for fire and police department, which is a protocol when that is a case of fire or something like that. 911 dispatcher comes in, they click on this. Once they put in the call, the software comes up, and they're able to guide them what they need to do for safety of the citizen and also our first responders. So they are using that right now. Also, they have developed the structured QA program, which is a position that we received last year. And our Q&A, she listens to the calls that has been taken. She gives the pros and the cons of a call, and then we go to the supervisor with here's what you should do, here's what. So it's a good thing to kind of keep the dispatchers, aware of the good things you're doing, also the things they should be working on. As Director Webb mentioned earlier, Animal Service is also a no-kill shelter since July of 2024. We also have come up with a volunteer coordinator and kennel assistant, which that's helping a lot, and they're enforcing getting our dogs in and out in a timely manner. Risk management has received a grant, is an $8,500 grant for ACCG, or from ACCG, and that is to provide more Stop the Bleed kits, help with supplies for the massive casualty trailer, also training for E911, ergonomic chairs for E911, cameras for tennis center, equipment for UGA and extension garden, and also 20 dual facing cameras for fire. Also, the opportunities we have, EMA is going to have the second annual National Preparedness Day, and that is tentative September 26th. 911 is looking for community outreach, so they're getting the opportunity to get out and speak to the public. In Animal Services, public education classes, new adoption and volunteer programs, improved customer service. And risk management has started the monthly safety videos with partnership with our PR department and county employees. As everybody knows, with anything good, you always have a challenge. So our challenges for EMA citizen participation on the things that we do, it's, we try to do training, and getting the participation of the citizens will be a great thing for everyone. 911 is the mental health awareness. As you know, when you receive a call, sometimes in distress, sometimes you wear your feelings on your sleeves, so they all need the care mentally.
So do 988 calls come into the dispatch, into the EMA dispatch?
Yes, ma'am.
And then those calls are then sent where? Are they sent to the, or do they go to the Georgia Crisis and Access line?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
The 988 calls, you talked about mental health awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Are people using 988, but you're still getting mental health calls? Is that what you're talking
Now,
about?
this is, I believe, is for the employees. It's for actually the employees.
Okay.
Just like
Okay.
what happened a couple months ago, you know, that it was a shock even for the people that were in that room that received
Right.
the call.
Right.
So those are the things that we're working on, is the
Okay.
mental health of the employees.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Animal services is in need of kennel repairs. Now they're, with the use, the wear and tear, it's becoming costly because we have to repair several of those. I have a budget, not a budget, but a quote for only getting 20 of those kennels, and is fixed, and is about $17,000. Just so you can have an idea. And risk management is also working, you know, to slow down the motor vehicle claims, which, you know, that's a struggle. The goals and initiatives for 2027. The Department reimagine Rockdale's strategic plan. Access, mobile pet adoption, volunteer programs, equity, trainings for the community to include preparedness, response, 911, risk management, and safety. Innovation, risk management, safety videos, stop the bleed training with citizens in the school system. Operating budget summary. As you can see, this page is included risk management, so that's what it looks absolutely. But the changes there is the cost of insurance for the buildings of Rockdale County. The operating budget for E911, it has gone up some due to overtime because of vacancies we have to use the employees we have, so it's costing with the overtime. Did I skip? Hold on, I'm sorry. Animal services. Animal services, their budget has had an increase. First of all, with overtime. They operate 6 days a week, sometimes 7. So operation, it takes, and being short staffed, that takes funding. Repair, as I mentioned, numerous kennel repairs needed and building repairs needed, so that was why we had an increase. Other supplies, and the other supplies is not just your uniforms for staff, but it's also vaccination, that they are very costly. And we have to make sure that our animals are taken care of, it, not only the employees. We also increase our water and sewer, because when you have a kennel and you have animals, you have to also keep it clean. So our water bills are going up. Education and training, we have 15 employees to become certified euthanasia technicians. And we have 10 animal services officers, kennel level 1 and 2 certified animal cruelty investigators. So all of those need to have training to be able to operate. And others purchase services, that is also a cost for 10 personnel rabies vaccination and certified mail. So those were the increase of $30,268 from animal service come from. Okay, operating budget request, as I mentioned, most of them were for, let me see, this one is for risk management. We have increased due to professional services due to Concentra, and also our ACCG. Concentra is your drug testing, your random drug testing, and also your ACCG IRMA fees. They are accrued with injuries and all that. We also have raised or increased the budget for the insurance due to the liability for our buildings. Now that we have a new building, we have also to include that for 2027. 911 was actually 20,000 extra for the overtime because that's needed. Also, we had to add software for 911. That's a Microsoft software that has been required by our technology services. So we have to increase $7,951. Plus also we have increased the travel, another 9,000 due to staff personnel travel in conferences and trainings. Most of our dispatchers have to go to Forsyth sometimes for a week or so for training. So, and other conferences around US. Animal services, again, we have requested an extra $10,000 for overtime. We have requested an increase of $13,000 for repair and maintenance for the kennel repairs and building maintenance and updates. We have requested an extra $6,000 for training. We have requested a $5,000 extra for water and sewer. And we have requested an extra $16,000 for other supplies, which is the cost for vaccination and medical supplies for the animals. And this is just a justification of all the increases that we have requested. As I mentioned previously, the professional service for risk management, it was an increase of $32,359. Insurance, $432,808. Overtime for 911 is 20. The software for 911 is an extra $7,951. Travel for 911, 9,000. Overtime for animal services, an extra 10,000. Repair and maintenance. Took over kennel repairs and buildings updates was 13. Training for animal services was 6,000 increase. Increase of water and sewer was 5,000 for animal services, and the other supplies for animal service was an increase of 16,000 to cover costs for vaccinations, medical supplies, equipment, new vendors, and offset from professional services. Here's your is our current organizational chart. That is no changes, but we do have at the moment 2 vacancies in animal services and 7 under need 911, but we are having several new staff starting in the next week or 2. So I believe that is 5 are waiting in to start. Then our 5-year capital improvement plan. We are requesting $170,000 for vehicles.
How many vehicles is that?
We are requesting 2 for animal services. They are $85,000 each because of the equipment they have to have in it. And that's for replacement of 2 older vehicles that they have. One has over 157,000 miles, and the other one has over 105. Technology is for 911 is due to Motorola and our new equipment, the UPS, because we have to make sure the equipments are running so we can be able to operate. And that's for critical pieces of equipment, provide backup power during outages, ensure continuous operations of essential communication system, acts as a bridge between the main power source and the vital equipment. It prevents disruption to emergency services.
For animal services, we have requested $20,150 for technical equipment, which includes 3 tablets and accessories, 2 laptops, and all of this is going to go on the vehicles that they're requesting. Complete system for field work citation process, real-time situational awareness, rapid deployment, and versatile to adapt. Building improvement for EMA, we have requested a storage building, and it's a $55,000 to store response equipment. Right now, most of our equipment are inside the trailers. Some are under the weather. And we are using also a house it came with the property, and that house has to be replaced. And that's what we're requesting the building, because the house has mold, leaks, and it's falling apart. Anybody that has been there has seen it. Animal services, we are requesting $55,000 so we can have a pole barn with concrete pads. It's an area to cover all of our trailers and vehicles for animal services, and it's also to take care of the building, concrete, grading, utilities, and landscaping. Also, for animal services, we're requesting for exterior and interior improvements by $42,000, and that's to fence pasture in the back, awning at play area, and kennel repairs.
So what is the 16 million under technology programs and improvements for 2028?
That's 2028. I'll get back
I
with you on
believe
that one.
that's the Motorola radio upgrades.
It is, isn't it? Yes, that's the one that we're,
Okay.
and that's not paid. I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, it's not paid all at once. It's a contract, and it takes probably 10 years.
It's phased in.
Yeah.
that's
It's
for
phased
sure.
in,
It's
yeah, in
not-
front of-
It's not one allocation. so,
Yeah, it's phased in with time.
Okay.
Let me make sure. Okay, never mind. Let me go back here. For 2028, again, another vehicle for, 2 vehicles for animal services. And those also are replacements for 2028.
Vehicle, okay, got it.
Technology, for, again, for 2028. And that's the 16 million. It is for the 911 upgrade. I don't know if y'all know, 911 actually has 2 locations. We kept the other one up in case that is an issue. We have that to fall back. So, and this is also for software consoles, repeaters, device migrations, maintenance overall, a 911 center to continue operations and communication, and also to take care of the server. Also for animal service 2028, we're requesting 2 more tough books and 2 laptops for a few officers. And also, and for 2029, vehicles for animal services. As y'all all know, our vehicles are older, so they are requesting 1 vehicle replacement for 2029, and also requesting a new building for animal services for 2029. Will be a new facility, and that's where the 8 million is coming from, part of that 16 million. It would be an additional facility relocation or expansion of a 911. For 2030, we're requesting another vehicle for, is also a replacement for animal services. And technology for animal services would be 3 tough books and 2 tablets, again, replacing equipment for staff in the field. And that's it. If y'all have any questions, I will try my best to answer.
How many vehicles do you have now?
I'm sorry?
How many vehicles do you have now?
At Animal Services? Let me get back with you on that, but I don't want to say what I'm not sure.
Thank you.
I'll get back with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Water Resources video, and Director Peak is here.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Peak. I'm the director here in Rockdale County for Water Resources. Today, I'm going to tell you a little about how we spend our budget here in Rockdale County. So here in Rockdale Water Resources, we currently have several divisions. We have our administrations division, we have our engineering division, we have our operations division, we have our water treatment division, we have our wastewater treatment division, and last but not least, our most front-facing division, our customer service and business affairs. So we use our budget pretty much for the operation and maintenance of the water and the wastewater facility here in the county. You may ask, what is the wastewater facility? The wastewater facility is the facility that collects all of our wastewater from citizens here in the county and treat it. Okay, what is the water facility? Is to distribute clean water to the citizens here in the county. Okay, we have a distribution system, which is the water system, a capacity of 22.1 million gallons a day. On the wastewater side, we have a capacity of 11.77 million gallons a day. We're only averaging just about 6.1 million gallons a day on the wastewater side, and we're averaging just about 14.1 million gallons a day on the water distribution treatment side. Rockdale County, we do not outsource our water. We have our own water source here in the county. We currently house 5.4 billion gallons of water, and we have the best water in the city. Currently, we have 2 contract support teams that I was able to work with. Corporate Environmental Risk Management is one of those contract support teams, and the other one is Infomar ESG. What I was able to do with Infomar ESG, I was able to decrease that budget by $200,000. And with CERM, I was able to keep that budget flat. Water Resources is not covered by SPLOSH. For FY27, I do think there will be some available funds from SPLOSH for Water Resources. Right now, we are an enterprise fund. And what that means for us is that we're not tax-based. All of our revenue is from services. Water service, sewer service, well, citizens pay for the water bill, citizens pay for the sanitary sewer bill, they pay for water meters, they pay for all of the services from water and wastewater. I hope you understand a little bit more about Water Resources here in Rockdale County. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I will be presenting the Rockdale County 2027 operating and 5-year CIP budget. Okay, and again, my name is Kimberly Peak. I am the Director for Water Resources. I got a clicker. Hi, guys.
Down, like
okay.
yeah.
We'll figure it out, okay. All right, well, thank you. And I'll start out by talking about our vision, mission, and values. Department statement. Our vision here in Rockdale Water is to be the premier water and sewer utility in the state of Georgia, championing economic development and service delivery while embracing environmental stewardship in Rockdale County. Our mission is to remain perfectly positioned to provide the ultimate natural resource, which is water. Our values are quality, dependability, and exceptional service. My next slide. Next, I will talk about the opportunities and challenges in Rockdale Water Resources, and I will start off with our successes. This is the 19th consecutive year that our Jeeves Mill Water Treatment Plant has earned the Platinum Award from Georgia Association of Water Professionals. What this means for us is that we haven't had any violations on the water treatment side. We launched a new online portal, which is our Silver Blaze portal. That's a leak detection and process automation platform. We also earned Platinum Awards for our 5 wastewater facilities. The previous 5 years, we were gold awards, and now we're at the platinum status to where we don't have any violations for the 5 wastewater treatment facilities. We recently completed our 2025 Consumer Confidence Report. This report is always a year behind. This report confirmed that Rockdale Water Resources have no contaminations or violations in our drinking water.
Excellent.
We implemented new warehouse inventory and asset management technology, which is a system called Sortly. We launched our Doppler technology, which is a response management system. We also have our audit currently going on. ISI Water Company of America is currently doing an audit of all water and sewer accounts and field assets. That was a success for us because we're actually trying to define everything we have in the field and compare it to what we actually are billing and charging for. We successfully completed water distribution class with, in partnership with Atlanta Regional Commission. This was the first water distribution operators certification training that water department had, so this was a success for us. We started it and we completed it in cooperation with Atlanta Regional Commission. Okay, the opportunities. Our opportunities are to focus on our aging water and sewer infrastructure, work floor management, wastewater capacity, additional grant funding, provide additional training and career development for our staff, educational outreach, upgrade, implement new CRM ERP system, implement wastewater collections operator certification course in partnership with ARC. So we recently completed, like I said, the water distribution, and now we're getting ready to start the wastewater collection operator certification training. Challenges for water resources. Our challenges are a competitive job market, increase in cost of material and supplies, aging infrastructure, of course, the water treatment plant, our water supply dam, aging infrastructure, recruiting and retaining certified water distribution operators in a competitive job market, maintaining rolling stock levels, long-term funding for capital improvement projects.
So can I ask you?
Yes, ma'am.
So how many employees are taking these certification courses?
We currently, well, the last class, I think we had 7 or 8 employees? Around 10 employees.
Okay.
It was around 10 employees, and we're trying to get everybody certified, Commissioner, pretty much on the water and wastewater side, because when we have a certified workforce, they are more marketable and they do great job for the county, you know, in general. So we want them to understand everything when it comes to wastewater and water. Okay. And I think this class that we're doing, I think we should have just about 10. I think we're doing 10 each class. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, FY27 goals and initiatives for water resources. Assess, review, repair, and replace aging infrastructure, of course, water and sewer. Multiple GDOT and RDOT water and sewer relocation projects we currently have. Replacement of copper and lead water service lines. Now, when we say replacement of copper and lead water service lines, we're currently doing inventory to see if we have copper and lead water service lines. And if we find copper and lead water service lines, we will replace. Okay, equity, continuing education, training for leaders and emerging leaders. We want to continue to partner with local PTAs, schools, and social civic groups through our utility education program. We're going to continue to audit water and sewer accounts. Water distribution and wastewater operator collection certification program with ARC, what we spoke about earlier. We want to continue that training for the distribution and the collections operators. Innovation, champion conservation and reduce financial impacts to the utility and its customers by automating leak and high consumption alerts. That's what we have with our Silverblaze software. Implement streamlined and self-service options, e.g. payment kiosks. So we're looking to bring 2 kiosks to Rockdale Water, Rockdale County. for customers care and business affairs. We want to also expand our smart cap leak detection program. We also brought a smart leak detection program to the county. We brought that last year. We want to expand that. So we have smart caps in certain areas. We want to eventually have them around the entire county. Implement testing, repair, and replacement of large commercial meters. Operating budget summary. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, operating budget summary. Operating budget summary. Total operating expense. And this report is provided by our finance department. Our total operating expenses for FY26 was $45,780,976. Our proposed operating budget for FY27 is $47,472,989. This is a change of $1.6 million. Our total personnel services and benefits budget in FY26 was $7,336,960. Our proposed FY27 operating budget is, total personnel and services, is $7,574,171. This is a change of $237,211. Our total estimated budget impact for FY26 was $53,117,936. For FY27 is $55,047,161. This was a change of $1.9 million. I also like to add that the operation and maintenance budget decreased by $12,750 year over year. Our increases came to the increase to bond payments of $1.4 million and depreciation expense of $200,000 are major drivers to our increase of our operating budget. We also had a 3% increase to personnel service and benefits attributed to the performance reviews and the COLA. Operating budget request. Repair and maintenance. Maintain and repair the water distribution and wastewater collection infrastructure through preventive maintenance, emergency response, and system improvements to ensure safe, reliable, and uninterrupted utility services. FY26 budget for repair and maintenance was $1,815,810. FY27 costs $1,834,638, which is a change of $18,828. Gasoline and diesel provides fuel for department vehicles and equipment to support daily operations and emergency response. Of course, we are a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation, so we move in vehicles 24 hours, 7 days a week. Okay. The FY26 budget was $111,500. FY27 cost is $119,000, and that's a change of $7,500. Our technical services include our contractual services for water, wastewater, customer service, and engineering operations. This includes services like Infomar, CERM, and the Doppler new software that we just brought on. FY26 budget for technical services was $14,968,361. FY27 cost is $14,974,302, which is a change of $5,941. General supplies and materials. Water and wastewater material and supplies for collection and distribution operations and water and wastewater treatment facilities. The FY26 budget was $2,386,799. The FY27 cost is $2,392,049. It was a change of $5,250. Operating budget request justification. Right here, I will speak about the justification for the increases we had to the repair and maintenance budget, the gasoline and diesel, the technical services, and the general supplies and maintenance. Repair and maintenance. The repair and maintenance increase was pretty much funding supports the rising cost of maintaining and repairing water distribution and wastewater collection infrastructure to ensure safe, reliable, and uninterrupted utility services. And as I spoke about on the previous page that was $18,828. The gasoline and diesel. The gasoline and diesel supports the day-to-day operation of a department, vehicles and equipment needed to maintain utility infrastructure, support routine field activities, and respond to service needs and emergencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's $7,500. Technical services, contractual services required to maintain water, wastewater, customer service, and engineering operations and meet ongoing operational needs. That change was $5,941. General supplies and maintenance, materials and supplies needed to maintain water and wastewater collection, distribution, and treatment operations and ensure reliable utility services. And that change was $5,250. And I also had another note, although there was minimum increases to the above line items, the overall operation and maintenance budget did decrease, which I spoke about earlier, for $12,750 year over year. There was a decrease. our organization chart. This is our current organization chart. So I would go through our current structure. Of course, we have our administration division, which includes myself as the director. We currently have no vacancies. Currently working with me is I have a deputy director. I have one general manager of infrastructure. I have one general manager of customer care and business affairs. I have a general engineering manager, and I have a project manager, and of course we have our business administrations manager. That makes up the administration division. This is a RWR organization chart, current, continued, finance and strategic services division. That's one of our newer divisions here in the county. Deputy director runs that particular position. That is a position currently that Deputy Director Jameson oversees. He's responsible for the sewer rehab infrastructure manager. He also has the compliance manager. He has the business and financial analyst, and he also has our capital projects. He manages all of our capital projects here in the county. My next slide is the continued finance and strategic services division continued. We have our sewer rehab infrastructure manager. We currently have no vacancies for that division. We have administrative operations coordinator who supports the manager of that division. We have a senior utility tech. We have a field inspector. We have 2 field inspectors. And we also have our contract sewer rehab contract support team, which is CERM, Corporate Environmental Risk Management. Okay, organization chart continued. General manager of infrastructure. This is our infrastructure division. General manager of infrastructure. I'm sorry, thank you. Thanks. The general manager of infrastructure is Mr. Richard Davis. Richard Davis currently is responsible for the water treatment plant. He's responsible for the water and sewer operations manager, the warehouse manager, the warehouse operator, our contract support team, which is ESG, our collection and distribution operations, which is ESG, and our wastewater treatment operations that ESG currently manages for us. Organization chart continued. Water and sewer operations manager. We have our superintendent of water. We have our superintendent of sewer. We have our utility locate technician. We have our customer service representative dispatch. And we have 2 customer service representative dispatch that's responsible for taking out our calls for water and sewer. Under the superintendent of water, we have a backflow coordinator, we have a water distribution inspector, and we have a water quality coordinator. Under the water quality coordinator, we have 4 water quality technicians. Over to the sewer side, the sewer superintendent has a sewer collection inspector, We have a utility locate technician. We have 2 utility locate technicians. We have, and we currently have no vacancies. Okay, now we will go to the water treatment plant. The water treatment plant, and it's currently overseen by our water treatment plant manager. That's Lenore Murray. He has an administrative coordinator that supports him. We also have a water treatment plant superintendent. We have a chief operator. We have a mechanical maintenance supervisor. We have a water supply tech coordinator, and we have a water supply tech. Continue. Water treatment continue. We have a water treatment plant superintendent. We have a lab tech coordinator and a lab tech 2. Okay, also for the water treatment continue, we have a chief operator. We have a lead operator. Then we have a water treatment operator. We have several water treatment operators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 water treatment operators for our water treatment plant. Okay. And currently no vacancies. Maintenance supervisor for the water treatment plant. We have a maintenance coordinator. We have we have 2 maintenance coordinators. We have a maintenance specialist. I'm sorry, we have 4 maintenance specialists. Should have just numbered those to make them easier, but we have 4 maintenance specialists. Continue. We would now go to my engineering division. We have a general engineering manager, that's David Savoni. He has an administrative coordinator. He also has a principal engineer that works along with him. He has an engineer and construction manager, and he has of course, the contract support team, which is CERN, Corporate Environmental Risk Management. Under the principal engineer, we have an engineering tech. Along with the engineering and construction manager, we have a superintendent of inspections. We have 2 water and sewer inspectors. Continue. This is our customer service and business affairs department. We have a general manager of customer care and business affairs. We currently have no vacancies. We have an administrative operations coordinator that supports that general manager. We have a customer service manager, and we have a business affairs manager. Organization chart continued from customer care and business affairs. We have customer service manager. Working along with that customer service manager, we have a customer service supervisor and a customer service advocate. Working along with the customer service advocate, we have a customer service account specialist. We have 2, and we have customer service representatives. We have 8. Under the business affairs side, we have a business affairs manager. We have a customer account and business service liaison. Under that customer account and business services liaison, we have collection specialists, billing specialists, and customer account specialists. And then we go over to the field services technicians, supervisors. These are the ones that do our meter reading on a daily basis. The field services technicians. So we have a field service technician supervisor. We have a senior field service technician. We have a field service technician 1. We have 2 field service technician 1s. We have 1 field service technician, and we have 1 field service technician 2 under the field service technicians. Sewer infrastructure manager. The sewer infrastructure manager has an administration operations coordinator that supports them, field inspector. We have 3 field inspectors, and we have contract support team, sewer rehab contract support team, which is corporate environmental risk management. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And what you all see off to the side, the personnel request is proposed for FY27, and we'll talk about that a little later with a justification for that. Okay, the proposed organization chart. This is the proposed organization chart. So this is how we wish to look in FY27, opposed to the one that our current organization chart. The only differences are for this proposed organization chart is that we're asking for a utility locate service supervisor, which would work up under the water and sewer operations manager, which is Richard Davis, and I will give the justification for that particular position a little later in the presentation. Customer care and business affairs. We're proposing a billing supervisor for this particular operation, and I will give the justification for that position later. Personnel budget request. Now, this is the justification for the positions that we're asking for FY27. So pretty much we're asking for the billing supervisor, which will report to customer care and business affairs, new position. The salary plus 40% benefits is $71,053. We're asking for a utility service supervisor, which will report our distribution team, new position, and we're asking for $71,053 is the salary and plus 40% benefits. The field inspector position is a reclass position, so that's something we already have. We just want to change the title, reclass the title to better align with the duties that that particular employee is doing.
Can you go through, I'm a little confused in the water department. It seems like there's several layers of billing this, financial that, and all kinds of things. So I'm trying to understand the hierarchy of how that works and how that's efficient.
Okay. Let me talk about the customer service and business affairs team. Customer service and business affairs. So we have our customer service and business affairs general manager. Okay. Under the general manager, we have two senior leads. We have the billing manager, business affairs manager, I'm sorry, that's Kelly. And we also have our customer service manager, Miss Arnold.
And is that receivables?
On the customer service and on the customer service side, the customer service manager pretty much handles all of the front-facing customers, customer service, everything. People that come in, they take the payments at the payment window.
So that would be your receivables.
That's the receivables.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's
So
the
they
receivables.
offset each other.
Right. On the business affairs side, that's everything collections and billing.
So I think you've given us a lot of different positions within the organization,
Yes, ma'am.
but that's the one that I'd love to see the layout for.
Okay.
Of how that all works.
Okay, absolutely. And now, outside of the organization structure, would you like me to put something else together, or?
Outside of what you presented, yes, just how
Okay.
the financial piece works.
Okay.
Because I know there's several people, like I think Barbara's the customer service manager.
She's a customer service supervisor.
Supervisor.
And it is, sure, it's a lot of layers over there, but I also want to say this. We still don't even have enough employees to do the job over there, to be honest with you.
Okay.
We just don't have enough for what we see every day, 5 days a week.
The volume.
We don't, absolutely. So we kind of like doubling up in duties over there.
Yeah.
Right. So we are trying to do a couple of things that will help the operation out better, to better align with what our goals are over there in customer care and business affairs, which is to provide great customer service.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome. Okay, so the billing supervisor, we'll talk about the billing supervisor position. The billing supervisor position, and this is what we talked about, Madam Chair, oversee and participate in all county water billing operations by supervising staff, ensuring accurate and timely billing in compliance with Rockdale Water Resources ordinances, policies, and procedures, resolving complex billing issues, monitoring revenue and billing performance, and collaborating with internal departments to protect utility revenue, maintain regulatory compliance, and provide exceptional customer service. So that's what we're asking for that billing supervisor. We do have a business affairs manager. We don't have a billing supervisor. So we don't currently have anyone supervising billing. And what I've learned for the 5 years I've been here, we need a direct, someone to deal with high-level issues when it comes to billing, because that billing is our revenue. That's how we do business here in the county. to be able to get these jobs done. So we definitely need someone to oversee that operation to make sure we're doing what we should be doing and that we're billing correctly, and not only billing correctly, but receiving correctly.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. The utility locator service supervisor is the other position that we're asking for, which is $71,053. That particular position provide dedicated oversight of utility locating operations, improve damage prevention and regulatory compliance, enhance response times and service quality, ensure workforce accountability, and protect the county's critical water and wastewater infrastructure. Currently, Chair, we only have, and Commissioners, we only have 2 utility locators.
Okay.
They can't keep up with the volume of utility locates we get on a daily basis. Because they can't keep up with the volume of the utility locates that we get on a daily basis, we're actually paying fines for being late for responding to utility locate calls. We need more oversight, so I'm asking for a supervisor to be able to supervise that operation. They would not only supervise that operation, but they will also assist in responding to the calls. We need more bodies. So that person will also assist, respond to the calls, and ensure that we're making it to the calls in time. Right now, we have operations manager that has so many duties they have to do, and they kind of oversee that operation too. But I need better oversight so we can stop getting these fines from utility locate.
What is causing that increase in the?
We have contractors. You have a lot of work coming here in the county. So we have to locate our water and sewer utilities. We have to locate our water and sewer utilities for any commercial work that comes here in this county, any contractors that come here in this county, and also for our interdepartmental personnel. When we repair water, sewer lines, we have to locate these utilities and we have to mark them. Of course, we have the safe call where everyone call to say, hey, we need utilities located. And we have to get to those calls in time or we get fined for them. Okay? By us only having 2 people, even when one is out, it's a heavy load. It's a heavy load. So we try to pull from Peter to pay Paul sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. But we want to better align with the workload that we have coming in over there.
Another question. Is it possible or is it feasible to charge those that are requesting that if it's a business?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's part of the utility locate where you have to mandatory to mark your utilities.
It's where you call 811.
You call 811, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If it was a charging service, we'd be rich. But no, we can't do that. All right.
Or there'd be a lot more accidents.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, and the field inspector, we did talk about the field inspector. It's no new position. We're just trying to reclass to help this position better align with the duties that they have. This position is being reclassed to field inspector to align the employee classification with the higher level inspection, contractor oversight, and project management responsibilities currently being performed in support of the county's expanding sewer rehabilitation program. So that's what we're asking for, those 2 new positions and 1 reclass for FY27.
Director Holmes, did you have something?
No, I did. It's like you mentioned earlier, the reclass is going from a pay rate 19 to a 21, so it doesn't really reflect that total amount.
Okay.
It's just the difference from the existing salary that's in the budget.
Okay.
To that. So it's a little bit less.
Okay, so we'll take that. Thank you. Okay. Okay, the 5-year capital improvement plan. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I actually gave you our 5-year CIP plan. And as you can see, that plan is huge. It's huge. It's totaling $105 million. This is the work we have to do in the county to better upgrade our water and wastewater facilities. We have, like I say, we have the 5 wastewater treatment plants. We have the 32 pump stations. We have the water reservoir. We have the water treatment plant. And of course, we have 680 miles of linear distribution system and 282 miles, which is a long way of sanitary sewer. We have to maintain that. We have to maintain that to be able to continue to give services here in the county. So, we charge for services, so we want to be able to give great services. And so we need to be able to have capacity on our collection system and also capacity to distribute clean water. Okay, so we'll start the 5-year capital improvement plan. You all have the bigger picture. This is the smaller picture, but I would definitely go with the smaller picture. Okay? We have a 5-year capital improvement plan for Rockdale Water from 2027 to 2031. Our automotive equipment for 2027, 140,700, 2028, 147. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I'll let you do that. Yes, sir. 2029, I'm sorry, 2029, 153,000, 2030, 160,000, 2031, 147, and a total for 5 years of $748,650. This automotive equipment just has something to do with the lease program that we have. So we're looking like, I think the vehicles have to be 10 years old. I'm thinking 10 years old or something like that. Well, ours are much older, but I'm thinking the county policy is 10 years old, but I was like 20 years old. So we're looking to change out vehicles, 10 vehicles every year from age is what we're looking to
So
do.
we have a
You're talking about the lease
policy?
agreement?
The lease agreement.
It's a lease agreement, it's a contract.
Says every 10 years.
Well, maybe I'm wrong with every 10 years, so let me not say
Right, so
that.
I'd have to pull up the lease agreement, but it cycles in and out, kind of like copy machines and things like that, once it's
Right.
useful life, so.
Right, right. And all of our vehicles, I say 70% of water vehicles are past useful life, so we're just
Okay.
switching out. Okay?
Sounds good.
And it's there just in case, because General Services kind of have that conversation with us and let us know when it's time to change it out. So we just want to make sure we have the funds there when they get with us. Okay? So we may not necessarily spend this money each year.
Okay.
Okay? The technology programs and improvements. For 5 years, it came up to $960,000. Technology program and improvements. Technology program and improvements are pretty much all of the new technology that we're trying to bring to the county. We brought the Silver Blaze. We brought the Doppler response management system. We're trying to identify, we also brought the leak detection program. So all of these particular programs is what we're trying to bring to the county to better efficiently manage water resources. And not only that, to help customers be able to, well, to be able to communicate. Let me say, for us to be able to communicate with customers better, and for customers to be able to communicate their needs to us better too. So we're looking for new technology to do that going forward. Construction and heavy equipment. Construction and heavy equipment over a 5-year period, we're only asking for $200,000. We're only asking for $200,000 because we currently been trying to get what we need in the previous year, so we only need $200,000 in 5 years. Building improvements, renovations, and expansions. This is the bulk of the county's money along with the infrastructure improvements. But building improvements, renovations, and expansions, of course, we have old facilities. We have old facilities here in the county. So over the next 5 years, we're asking for $775,000 to upgrade Rockdale County Water Resources facilities. New buildings, right now we have that zeroed out. We're not asking for any new buildings. Infrastructure improvements. Infrastructure improvements is that spreadsheet that I gave you all. Those are our infrastructure improvements. Several long-term jobs on there that we have to do improvements on. As a matter of fact, I think we've prioritized the list. We have a top 10. Do I have that with me? Okay. We have a top 10 list that I just want to kind of highlight top 10. Although we have several on what I gave you all commissioners, we have top 10 jobs, and I'm going to give you some of those particular projects. For engineering, we have Scott Creek and Hunting Creek Pump Station in Force Main. Okay? That CIP for 2027 is $7 million. Oh, okay. $7 million. Total 5-year CIP was $9.5 million. Sewer rehabilitation, that's a top priority for us, where we're doing sewer rehab on all of our sewer here in the county. That way we don't have spills. What I can say 5 years ago when I got here, we was averaging probably 13 spills a year. I think this year we only have about 3 spills, sewer spills, and we're at the end of the year, so we're doing great with sewer rehab. Arm and branch trunk line replacement and upsize, that's $5.2 million. We have our water main improvements to remove dead-end mains. So we have several dead-end mains here where there's stagnated water. We want to remove those from our system. Over 5 years, we're asking for $9 million. We have our sewer emergency repairs, capital projects, several repairs for our capital projects. That includes that list that you have. And we're asking for, over a 5-year period, we're asking for $4 million. We have water and sewer relocations for road projects. That's with GDOT and RDOT. Anytime they do these roundabouts and things like that, we have to move our water and sewer services. We have to move them, we have to relocate them, and we have to pay for that. So that's the cost to Rockdale Water. So we're asking for $2 million over the next 5 years. And it looked like you had a question, Chair.
I always have questions, right? And so when we build those projects, does RWR get reimbursed for the work?
Well, sometimes we can
split with GDOT.
Sometimes we can split with GDOT. Yes, ma'am. That's a great question. Sometimes we can split with GDOT. Sometimes it's just mandatory for us to do it.
Got it.
Because it makes sense for, if they move their right of way, we have to move our utilities into the right of way.
Okay.
Okay. Water distribution, Delta Municipal Supply large meter replacement. That's a big thing that we're doing going forward with the large meter replacement. Right now, we're currently asking for $750 million over 5 years, but we will also handle some of that through our operation budget also. This is huge. On our large meters, I think we've currently spent about, was it $2 million?
Well, we're projecting about 2.4 over the next few years.
Okay, about 2.4 over the next few years. So this is just a minor what we're asking to what we have to spend to do large meter replacement. And thank you for that. And last but not least, we have Tall Oak Sewer Main Extension. That's another big project. That's $1.5 million. And we have installation and maintenance for 32 sewer flow meters. And that's $1.9 million. A couple of years ago, that's 32 sewer flow monitors. Chair, you can recall we already have 14 installed. A couple of years ago, I told you that was a big thing we wanted to do, to where we don't have to go out and do floor monitoring every time a contractor want to come here.
Right.
We have those meters actually inside of our sewer line, so we can kind of monitor, the capacity. So we want to do our whole system here in the county, just like we want to do on the water leak detection program. And that's where we're trying to go. So we're going to continue to work at it till we get there. And that was $1.9 million. And the total for our project was 105 for capital projects. And that completes my presentation, if you have any questions for me.
I don't think so. It's a lot of information to digest.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
All right, well, thank you.
No questions.
Thank you.
All right, so now we've got planning
It's a
and
lot of money
development. We
to
can start
digest.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you have something?
Oh, I just said it's a lot of money to digest.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
is.
Besides information.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we've got planning and development next, and we'll cue the video.
Are we supposed
And
Hi, I'm Brandon White, Director of Planning and Development for Rockdale County. Planning and development consists of 4 functions: code enforcement, planning and zoning administration, inspections, and permits and licensing. These functional groups serve as the basis for the department's budget. Our code enforcement group enforces all the various regulations of the Unified Development Ordinance, including zoning, nuisances, and property maintenance code. Our planning and zoning administration team handles all of our administrative tasks, such as rezoning applications, special use permits, zoning verifications, and comprehensive planning. Our inspections group is outsourced to a third party, Safe Built, that performs building code plan reviews and inspections on behalf of Rockdale County. And our permits and licensing group handles alcohol licenses and business license applications for Rockdale County and all businesses located in the unincorporated areas of Rockdale County. The focal points of our 2027 budget request are staff training, personnel, community engagement, and special projects. With a relatively new team in place in the ever-changing landscape of development and state regulations, it is important that the department retain its budget for training and professional development consistent with years past. Our primary goal with new department leadership in place is to address the department's organizational structure. That includes reclassification of our positions, such as our administrative coordinator for code enforcement, which will be a modest increase to our personnel budget. Updating job descriptions for some existing positions will serve no budget impact with those. We are requesting 2 new positions, a customer service representative and a planning technician, to add support roles and additional capacity. We anticipate those positions would add $100,000 to our personnel budget. Regarding community engagement, we are proposing a joint budget item with our public relations department for an engagement platform that will allow the community 24/7 access to various planning projects, planning initiatives, and active rezoning and special use permit cases. Lastly, the department has a number of specialized budget items we utilize annually, like our magnet software, which is used for permits and plan reviews. That has a price tag of $41,000. We anticipate our biggest price tag will be the comprehensive plan update that we're required to do by state law, which allows us to have zoning regulations, impact fees, and allows the county to apply for state and federal grant opportunities. We anticipate a minimum $250,000 price tag for a third-party consultant to perform analysis, data gathering, engagement, and prepare and update our comprehensive plan document on behalf of the county. Thank you all for listening. I hope this presentation has given you a little more insight into the activities and the functions of the Planning and Development Department. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Good afternoon, Commissioner. So we'll move through this fairly briskly. We see each other on a regular basis. So our vision, mission statements. So the Planning and Development Department, we're here to help with preservation, economic development goals, quality of life, and strategic growth and development opportunities for the county. So over the past 12 months, some of the successes that we've had so far in 2025 through 2026, the adoption of the Rockdale County Housing Assessment was completed this spring. We worked hard with our ARC colleagues on getting that done, members of the community, stakeholder groups and whatnot, to get that document completed. We filled, well, at the time of this PowerPoint creation, we'd filled all of our code enforcement vacancies. We currently now have 1 vacancy in code enforcement. So we're back at it there. But the third success story was the adoption of the short-term rental program and the regulations associated with that. So we've gotten a few applications so far. So we're still working to get our vendor up and running so we can scour the internet and really get out and start the interface.
We know there's at least 125 on those sites.
Right.
Correct?
Exactly.
So maybe Deputy Director White can make that happen and help promote that in our local newspaper and other places that may help get the word out.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
Thank you.
Opportunities, of course, training and professional development for the team in a variety of different areas based on the skill sets and the different functions that we have, from plan reviews to business licensing to planning and zoning knowledge, code enforcement knowledge. So we'll take advantage of those opportunities over the next fiscal year. Technology enhancements, so we'll talk a lot about that in our budget proposal. Department reorganization, so we're going through that process as we speak. And so we'll take a look at what the org chart looks like, but updating team roles, responsibilities is an active process. And then succession planning and staff retention. So one of the challenges that we have, our major challenge, is community engagement. And so we have a proposal to address that as well in our budget proposal. Our goals and initiatives for the fiscal year 2027, update of the comprehensive plan. We'll talk about that in greater detail. Also adopting procedures for unified development ordinance as it relates to our administrative procedures and the different meetings and public hearings that we have. Under equity, we're looking to complete at least 3 of our short-term implementation steps from the Rockdale County Housing Assessment throughout the fiscal year of 2027, and where we can establish zoning regulations to support a variety of different housing and development types. On the innovation side, we currently use Microsoft Bookings for appointments with our staff, and so we're looking to refine and enhance that offering and how we provide those services when we meet with the public for different things. And then we'll also look to procure and establish a dedicated web page for community engagement, code enforcement, and our planning and zoning information. So our fiscal 2026 operating budget's $596,748. You do see a substantial proposed increase for fiscal 2027, $923,252, change of roughly $326,000. We'll get into the fun details of that on this slide. So consulting services. So I mentioned the comprehensive plan earlier. So we're mandated by the state to update the comprehensive plan every 5 years. So that last update was in 2023. And so it's due to be updated by the fall of 2028. And so with the funds procured in fiscal 2027, that'll allow us to go through the RFP process, find a consultant, and initiate that process hopefully by the fall, late summer, fall of 2027, and then use a full year to do all the things that come along with that particular task. It'll be heavy on community engagement. So we've heard the feedback from the community and all of the public hearings and public meetings that we've had over the 8 months of this year, so for 7 months of this year. And so we think that process would be ideal to gather feedback, get input directly from all the stakeholders of the county on what the vision should be for the next 20, 30 years for the county. So that's a robust effort, lots of community engagement, lots of meetings, and then ultimately a new product will come out of that. So we proposed $250,000 for that exercise. And so just before I stepped up here, we had consulted with some colleagues in the industry. We got some quotes as high as $285,000. So some of that is flexible, just depends on, most of the cost is the community engagement, in-person engagement. So we can offset some of that with online meetings on Teams, Zoom, what have you. Pop-up meetings, the staff may be able to handle some of that, but to have a consultant come out, gear up a number of times throughout the year, that's what really drives up that cost right there. So. Yes,
and if
ma'am.
I may digress for a minute, I think that we tried that approach.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work with the UDO.
Which approach?
With having the consultant, and they ran the show, and it just, it didn't feel like it worked how we ideally wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
So what in your mind is going to be different this time, the way that we approach the?
So, and I didn't see the scope for this process, but the scope is the most important part of this whole thing. And so that kind of sets what the agenda will look like throughout the project. And so in-person meetings, large groups, small groups, so it kind of sets expectations for the consultant, for the staff, elected officials, obviously, and for the community to understand what we're doing, how frequently we'll be out, and then what those stages of the process will be. And so when we set the scope this time, it'll be more meticulous. You all will see the scope before it goes out. But I think we just need to.
We saw the scope before, and I felt like it was a good scope of what we wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, all the community, so I've been on the other side of the table where I've been invited to participate. And sometimes it feels like it's just moving an action to qualify and say you got input, but it doesn't feel good because it doesn't. I mean, a lot of the things that we're doing right now, like we already knew that. We're out, all 3 of us are out in the community. We hear the same things. The housing assessment we did came back pretty much exactly like what we hear in the community. So it's all that time from the beginning to the end of it that I'm like, gosh, that was like 9 months you'll never get back. And what did we learn differently? And a lot of times it's not much different than what we knew to start with. And that's not what we know, that's what we hear in the community from different people, just being engaged. So anyway, I didn't think that we would have to go back out for that in particular.
So, Madam Chair, let me kind of weigh in just for a minute. So, the difference between the UDO and the comp plan, those are two separate processes, I suppose, is a way to put that. And yes, we did that with the UDO, but the comp plan, to me, and you please feel free to weigh in, the majority of responses that I've heard from most of the community is actually about the comp plan and not so much the UDO. The UDO is the legal framework, which of course is right, but the comprehensive plan is the future land use map, the policy, the character areas, things like that. And so I could see maybe condensing the timeline, but the scope would be a little different.
Yeah.
Right?
That part I know, and I think that's really the comprehensive plan is what we want to get to.
I think so.
Yes, we actually like to see it like now. But I think it's all these details that have been frustrating to get us closer without seeing what the comprehensive plan would be. And I wonder sometimes if we should have done that first.
Well,
maybe.
sometimes yes, and sometimes no, and sometimes at the same time. I know that's not always a good answer. It depends, but it depends. And the expiration dates don't run concurrently. And so the ones for the comp plan is coming up, is it next October, I think? When it's due?
2028.
Yeah, 2028. So I think there's obviously time to consider what that scope and timeline would look like. But I think the comp plan is what most people would probably want to be involved in. I know it's a complicated process, but it's hard to know the difference between the two,
So I remember when we did community outreach for the strategic plan a number of years ago, there were meetings in different places. I remember one of them was held at one of the fire stations, and there was good attendance.
Yeah.
It was down on the south end, and so maybe that's, rather than trying to host them, all of them here, is move out into the community.
Yeah, and just in our preliminary discussions, the thought process was hold something in the north, something in the south, something here, pop-ups online, and try to get around. And so we want to make sure we hear from as many people as possible as part of that process. And so currently in the comp plan, what we have is just the bare minimum. So the minimum elements that you need to have in that plan, that's what we have. It doesn't give a lot of guidance as far as all of the different issues that we're dealing with from a land use perspective, objectives, goals, what are we aspiring to do. A lot of that is absent in the plan currently. So we want to add that to the plan. If there are land use issues that we need to figure out, that's the opportunity to do that. We had discussions about character areas. So when we talked about the villages, when we talked about the conservation subdivisions and those things, we need to determine where those character areas are. What should they look like? What should they feel like? And so the comp plan process allows us to do all of those things. Then we can come back around with the regulations, and then we have that synergy between the plan and the code. And then also, as we get special use permit requests, rezoning requests, the comp plan will have guidance in it that helps with decision making. So is this appropriate? Is it not appropriate? Should it be here? Should it be there? That's what you want from the comprehensive plan. So all of that stuff needs to be enhanced.
And we would have to have a consultant to help us develop that plan?
Yes. So if we had a larger staff, then we could possibly do that in-house. But yes, we would need a consultant to help with a large percentage of it.
So
yes.
maybe it would be cheaper to have an extra employee.
Or a facilitator,
So there are different ways to get there, and so we can work with different strategies. So similar to what we've done now, we've done the last few community engagement exercises in-house, and so we can balance that out between the consultant, between the staff, and save a few dollars.
That's one of my concerns, because we had someone and we thought that they knew what we wanted, and it didn't fall through. And so I don't want us to have to go through that again, and then it falls back into our laps, and we're the ones that are doing it because we know what our vision is. So if we probably can start there first and, save a few dollars as opposed to telling somebody and hoping that they'll follow our vision.
And some of it has already been done. So with the housing plan, the demographics, all of that stuff, the data gathering, that was just done. So that's relatively recent information. By 2028, we won't have any new census data yet. So everything in between those 10-year gaps are just estimates. And so we can use what's in the housing plan. There's some things in the strategic plan we can use as well. And then if there are any major adjustments, then that's where the consulting would kick in and say, well, the projections look a little bit like this now, or no, the things that you gathered before are acceptable. We can work with that. So there's some cost savings there too, because we just recently gathered data. So that helps the process too. All right, so that is the comp plan. Safe Built. So currently we have a $260,000 contract with Safe Built. They provide plan review services for building code for us, and they also perform building code inspections on behalf of the county. The current contract includes a 2% increase each year. And in addition to that, we're trying to gather some research and some data to project what we expect the demand to be. So we'll be coming out of a moratorium, a residential subdivision moratorium here in a few months. So we expect that activity to increase. So that'll impact that operation. So the number that we've proposed, 265,000, we may need a little bit more, but we'll gather some more research and submit that to you all.
And I know you had talked about doing maybe creating a building inspection department, but it sounds like maybe that's a lot to take on at this point.
It's a complex situation, and so one of the things we need to evaluate is the cost of this contract versus what it would cost to do it in-house, our building permit fees, those costs.
Sure.
Are we covering our costs? Just in some initial research, there may be a gap there that we'll need to talk about as part of this process. But we'll do some analysis and see which direction we need to go. But for now, they're our option for building. All right, let's see, technical services. So some of these items here in technical services, they were previously in our professional services budget, hence the large gap between $300 that we have for fiscal 26 and the $70,000 that we're proposing for fiscal 27. So Magnet, price tag of $41,000. That is our permit and plan review system. And so all the applications that we take in, they're processed. They go through Magnet. Our fees are all processed through Magnet. The plan reviews, those documents, the plans, applications, documents, they're all held as a repository in Magnet. So we expect that cost to stay the same for next year, but that's the price tag for it. We mentioned the short-term rental ordinance a little while ago. So related to that, we have a contract with Decker Technology, Rentalscape, for $6,125 to assist with that process. And so we anticipate retaining that service for fiscal year 2027 as
So
well.
even if we've only gotten a couple this year, that doesn't financially make sense, though.
So what they do is they monitor the web constantly. So they're scanning Airbnb, Verbal, all of these different websites for folks who are performing this type of work or providing that type of service, and doing some of the interface for us as far as notifying us, hey, here's what we found. This person doesn't have a permit. You may need to check on this, check on that. So it'll help with that process.
So when I met them at one of the conventions, they were guaranteeing like so many names, contact information, and all that. So it seemed like there was a guarantee rate, if you will, that they were going to provide for the money we paid.
Mm-hmm. And so I think this is on the lower end of that scale. So there's some other service offerings.
$5,000 is the one I went to, but that was like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure it's sufficient.
Yeah, there's some other things that they do, like they will send out violation notices for you. They can do, in some
Like
jurisdictions.
code enforcement? Can they
Yes.
also do code enforcement violations?
Well, I don't know if they'll do the inspections, but they'll send letters out based on what they find online, is my understanding. They don't go
Okay.
out there, no.
Okay.
And then in some places, they'll run the permitting process. So they have, I guess, a feature that you could add on, and the application process would flow through their platform. So we didn't get that. We just got the scanning,
Right.
essentially. That's what we paid for. Let's see, NairMap is a spatial planning tool. And so we would use that for some economic development analysis, is what we're proposing with that software, the price tag of around $5,000. And then lastly is Engagement HQ. And so Engagement HQ, we did a demo last Thursday, that we can share with you. We had Director Rutledge on.
Yeah, I would like that.
Deputy Director White joined us as well. And so the Engagement HQ software is a community engagement platform. And so what it allows us to do, staff can control it. And so as we have projects that come up, be it text amendments, rezonings, the comp plan, big, small, whatever size, we can create dedicated websites to those projects. And then we can solicit feedback through that platform. So it can be polling, it can be surveys, it could be comments, Q&A, and so we can communicate back and forth with the public. We can control it. It can be ongoing. It can be for a period of time. You can turn it on, turn it off as a feature. And so it allows us to have this dedicated place where people can find information. So the information will live there for as long as the website exists. And so currently we have an issue with the volume of demand for information. And where can I find things? Where's this document? Where's that document? And so we can start to post those things there and make them readily available for the public. It also allows for this is some analytics tied to the website, and so we could get some demographic information for users who choose to register. You don't have to register to use it, but if they do, they can submit information, and so we can count, web traffic, hits, how folks are using the website, what information they're taking from the website. So this is a proposal to address our community engagement concerns. We put forth this price tag at $17,000. We just got a cost estimate on yesterday, and that price tag was $24,000.
Why wouldn't the consultant have that if we were going to pay one?
Which consultant?
Would you use this for feedback for the UDO and
Yes.
for?
And so
the-
that also saves with those projects. So instead of having to create dedicated pages on
Right.
the county website, we'll already have a dedicated platform whenever we have a project. And so, yeah, we won't need the consultants to build us a new platform because we'll already have our own platform.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we use the platform instead of the consultants? Just asking.
I like your thing.
You're funny. Yeah, I like that. Was a
You're
good one.
funny.
And so and so there's a lot of different ways that we can use it. Some jurisdictions use it for their meetings. So their planning commission, their board of adjustments, they put their agenda, documents, all that stuff on there. And so we'll probably use it for both projects and for our planning commission, our board of adjustments, et cetera, board of commissioners meetings, to have that information there. So something for you all to consider. So once again, it's just a summary of what we went through. So here's our current org chart. We currently have a team of 25. And so at the time that we created this, we had a vacancy. So I can say on the planning and zoning administration side, we have filled all those vacancies. So we have a new planner who started on Monday. And we have recently sent out an offer for a zoning administrative position that we believe has been accepted. So this is the breakdown of our department. So blue is everything that's under the planning and zoning administration side of things. The light blue is our permitting and licensing team. So we have a licensed permit manager, senior licensed permit analyst, and 2 licensed permit analysts. So they handle business licenses, alcohol licenses, and building permits. They do all the intake, processing, fee payments, and issuance of those permits after the inspections are completed. Then we have a couple planner positions there, administrative operations coordinator, sorry, project manager, plans reviewer, and a development and business relations manager. In the gold, that is our code enforcement division there, 7 code enforcement inspectors. We have a chief code enforcement officer who supervises that group, and we also have an administrative coordinator and an analyst who support the operations on that side. Here is our proposed org chart for 2027. You'll see the changes there, and so what we have tried to do is to reduce the variety of functions that our deputy director of planning is responsible for. So it's a vast variety of functions there, and pretty challenging to manage just due to the complexity of things and just the differences between functions. So we've broken that down into a smaller, manageable span of control there for our deputy director. And so it would still include permits, licensing. We'll put forth for customer service representative position. We'll talk about that in a second. Our administrative operations, and you all recently approved a community development manager for us. Thank you very much. That person will oversee implementation of the housing plan, grants, all of our housing initiatives will be under that person's auspices. So we have brought back the zoning administrator position and created a planning and zoning unit. Here's what you see in the middle. So that zoning administrator would be responsible for interpretations, our various boards and commission meetings, plan review activities in our zoning group. And so what we've tried to do there is to also simplify the position titles. And so we have 2 planners, planner 1s. We're proposing to change the title of our plan reviewer to a planner 2. We'll talk about that in just a second. And then the addition of a planning technician that would support this group. No significant changes to our code enforcement division. We have 1 proposed change for our administrative coordinator, title change and grade change to an administrative operations coordinator. So we're requesting 2 new positions, customer service representative to support our frontline operations. So currently our license and permit analysts perform most of our frontline customer service activity. So walk-ins, phone calls, can I do this, can I have that, those kinds of things. They're doing those things in addition to processing permits, issuing permits, licenses, those kinds of things. And so that takes away from the efficiency of the work that they do, having to stop to pivot for walk-ins and scheduling and those kinds of things. And so a dedicated customer service representative helps us in a number of ways. So in addition to that group, it helps the remainder of the planning and zoning administrative side of scheduling appointments, dealing with the walk-ins, giving out some basic information when folks need it. And so that allows the planners, the analysts to be more efficient in their duties and perform their tasks with fewer interruptions, I'll put it that way. The planning technician would support the planning and zoning unit that I just showed you. And so that role is a vital one. It's a customary one in planning departments around the country. And so it used to be a lot more, I'd say, labor intensive once upon a time, but as operations have gone digitally, that job has changed to some degree. But taking in applications, rezoning applications, special use permit applications, assisting with every processing our notifications. So one of the things we're required to do for our different meetings, sending out letters to adjacent property owners, ensuring that the signs posted on the property, that individual can handle those types of tasks and frees up the planners to analyze the proposals, to review plans, and go about their days a little more efficiently. But also, this planning technician would boost our capacity for plan reviews. So we anticipate once the moratorium for residential subdivisions ends, that we'll see at least 1,500 new units come online, in addition to things that are already on the pipeline or things that are waiting to get in to the process when the moratorium ends. And so this person will be vital to assisting with that. We'll be able to assist with some minor plan review activities as well. And then from a long-term perspective, when we look at staff retention, when we look at the progression of staff through the organization, this is a pipeline, or at least an avenue from, if you're on the code enforcement side, this may be a way to get into planning. If you're a permit analyst, this may be your way to get into becoming a planner. Or it could be someone who's in school. While they're in school, they're learning about planning, and so we're building our base. And so if we have any vacancies in the future, we'll have somebody right there on deck who can move up, that's familiar with how things work. And so it serves a variety of objectives for us. Yes, ma'am.
Will there be cross-training for these two positions? Like-
Cross-training for?
Yeah, because I would think that a customer service representative would need to know some of the things that the planning technician knows, because they'll be filling the calls.
Yes.
That'd be the first point of contact.
Yes, to some degree. So there'll be a baseline level of information that the customer service representative would be able to give you, and then there'd be a higher level of customer service that the planning technician would be able to give you. As it relates to explain process, procedure, assist with pre-application meetings with various stakeholders and potential applicants. And so that's what we're trying to do with those two.
So it
But
really could actually be one?
Yes.
Could be.
That's what he said.
Could be.
Just asking. Okay.
I take that as a positive. So that's what it looks like on the cost side. So the estimated cost there, about $55,000 for each one. It's a description of what we're looking to do with those positions. And then lastly, for our development and business relations manager, just a job description update there, no budget impact proposed. The planner 2 is actually converting the, reclassifying the development plan review specialist to a planner 2. So as I mentioned before, just streamlining those planner titles, so there's a succession there. So you have a planning technician, you have planner 1, you have planner 2. Now you see it as tangible, you see what those different classifications are for the team. And then for code enforcement, the title change and grade change for our administrative coordinator to administrative operations coordinator. So she's done a great job for us on that side. She provides all of the customer service support for the code enforcement division. She takes the incoming calls for violation complaints. She's also the dispatch with the inspectors when they're out in the field, if they need assistance or they need information from the system. She's doing that, but she's also grown into assisting with financial related things, budgetary things, supply requests, all of those types of things. And so we have that position on the planning side, and so we just wanted to have something of same equivalency in our code enforcement division. And so with that, I'm done.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
I know y'all are tired.
We are. But thank you so
No, we're
much.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions that you have?
I'm good.
Well, thank you for everyone's hard work and the finance department, and to all the directors and teams here today. Thank you again for your time and devotion to making this process work and bringing more information to the citizens in Rockdale. At this call to adjourn the meeting.